Now on. Now on. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Protocol observed for those members that are still with us. Yeah, it gives me a huge privilege to be able to share our policy for game donation to this forum. This policy was developed from the national policy and adapted to the Northwest situation. So it pretty much links up with what has been approved at the national level. All right, so one of the board's primary mandates is also to contribute to economic growth in the province. And we all know that the capital required to set up a game farm and a nature reserve, including the stocking including the stocking of the area, is probably one of the main limitations for emerging farmers to enter the industry. And also then further, to create a competitive tourist product require an extraordinary wildlife experience. And those things are usually obviously centered around animals and the type of animals. Then the Mafisa system. Mafisa system allows us to borrow animals to deserving landowners, and then to retrieve that animals then after a agreed period, and allow the offspring or so on to populate that area, and in that way establish wildlife populations in those new areas. Through this, then we are through this policy, then we are donating animals to qualifying communities and to emerging game farmers. And then obviously it's going to require the recipient and the Northwest Parks and Tourism Board to enter into some sort of a custodianship program or a game donation agreement. So what is the purpose of the game donation and custodianship policy? The conditions, this policy then state the conditions that underpin the donation and custodianship of the wildlife, inclusive of wildlife products by the Northwest Parks and Tourism Board. So it's going to tell us then under which conditions we will then be donating animals. Ensure that the donation and custodianship of the wildlife are undertaken in accordance with the prescribed legislation and regulations and any policies that might apply. Then a consistent application and transparency of the wildlife donation and custodianship policy when considering the transfer of game to specific areas. And it requires us to have an open process from an application all the way up to the evaluation and the final allocation. Further, it also ensures that the wildlife donation and custodianship policies provide the guidance on the qualifying criteria. So now also the people who are applying for it would know what would be required from them. And then ensure that there's an increasing number of previously disadvantaged individuals who own sustainable wildlife enterprises. We've been approached by a number of people. The big issue around here is to establish a competitive product and to be able to stock it properly with species of animals of a variety of species. Right, the legislative base is mostly around the Northwest Parks and Tourism Act number 2 of 22, which compels us to create an enabling environment for the transformation of the tourism and wildlife sector in the province. It also supports the principles of the National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, specifically as far as it contributes to the transformation of the biodiversity economy. And then, yeah, it's mostly around the legislation and sub-legislation of the National Environmental Management Act. So in terms of the scope of application is that we will then make available surplus animals, which has been where we've applied management tools, population management tools like game counts, veld management, stocking rates, predator stimulation that we need to look at, specific species management objectives, And then from that, we will then determine what animals we can then make available for game donation. So annually, this happens, and then on an annual basis, this will then be evaluated and looked at. Now, in terms of the context, the board supports the principle of sustainable use, and that is also a key component of conservation. It underpins conservation generally, even at the international level. We also recognize that the wildlife industry has grown tremendously over the past few decades. It is still growing, and there is substantial opportunities for growth and participation. It also recognizes that land redistribution, because of previous inequalities, also provide opportunities, and I think it's probably one of the huge issues that we need to capitalize on. There's also an opportunity to contribute to the transformation of the game industry through the assistance and, where necessary, provision of founding stock of game from provincial protected areas. And then the board, in that regard, we then reckon that we could become a key role player in transforming the industry in the province. Then there's a few principles which we need to look at, which we need to consider. The wildlife offtakes from parks are determined based on scientific assessment of numbers in relation to the carrying capacity. So it's an objective process that we are following. The wildlife donation and custodianship should contribute to and not threaten conservation programs. The donation or custody of wildlife should not compromise the financial sustainability of the board. Wildlife offtakes from protected areas should be done through live capture in order to maximize on these opportunities, so the multiplying effect that one can have. The Parks Board also develop partnerships, or should develop partnerships, with other government structures and private enterprises to assist in implementation and financing of the policy. And I think just the previous session, we looked at those opportunities that is available through land redistribution. And then the recipients of donated wildlife or wildlife under the custodianship agreements have an obligation to manage and utilize such animals so that the numbers increase and it can contribute to the development of sustainable businesses. And this is actually a very important thing that we need to look at, especially when we start looking at evaluating all of these applications that we would be receiving. We have to look at sustainability of these activities. Yeah, just quickly then, the principles: it must be just, it must be ethical and sustainable, it must be transformative, so it must play a role specifically in transformation of the industry. Ecosystems protection is still important. It's underpinning this activity. There must be accountability and transparency at all levels. It must be a collaborative approach, not only between the recipients and the board, but also other government departments that can bring value to this operation. It must be participatory and inclusive, and again, the issue of sustainable use. Now, there are certain role players in this process which has got specific responsibilities. Obviously, the first one is the North West Parks and Tourism Board, and the board will then determine what wildlife could be made available at what stage for a donation or custodianship program. Then the board must also make sure that asset management, because now is going to be a transfer of asset, and the other wildlife management policies and strategies are in place, and that these guides and provide standard operating procedures during the decision-making process. Then further ensuring that the decision to donate wildlife or place wildlife in a custodianship must not compromise the ecological integrity of the area. So there's going to be a need for ecological assessment of these areas as well, to determine what kind of animals can be held there and how many of the animals can be done, and whether it's going to be a sustainable enterprise at the end of the day. And that would apply then also from the source area, which might be one of the parks, and also the destination area. Then further carefully consider the ownership of threatened or protected species or other priority species, and rather retain ownership if it's necessary in terms of conservation purposes. So the conservation, the overlying conservation objective is always going to be taken into consideration. And then to use appropriate structures and or establish new formal structures to oversee the policy development and implementation of the wildlife donation and custodian policy. So these are the responsibilities from a Northwest Parks and Tourism Board point of view. And we would see that Northwest Parks Board is essentially going to be having an oversight over this process and making sure that the governance issues is properly attended to. The second big role player is the Game Donation and Custodianship Steering Committee, the GDC. And the policy then provides for the establishment of this committee. And this committee is going to be consisting of role players from Northwest Parks Board, from the department, and from the industry, and other which might be deemed necessary to guide this process and make sure that it's open, transparent, and actually respond to the needs of the industry. And this transformation program. So this GDC will then advise the Northwest Parks and Tourism Board on the interpretation and implementation of the wildlife donation and custodianship policy. They will be sharing scientific and management information to advise on the number of animals available for donation. They would at the end be responsible to facilitate the call for expression of interest and or proposals, screening the site assessment, and recommend on the allocation of wildlife for the donation program. Further, in ensuring that the procedures followed in the donating wildlife or placing wildlife in custodianship are aligned with legislative prescripts, policy strategies, and organizational standard operating procedures. And then also advise on the development and implementation of an annual wildlife donation and custodianship planning schedule. So they become very much part of the whole planning and execution of the program. So how is it going to happen? The process that is going to be followed is that on an annual basis, the Northwest Parks and Tourism Board is going to determine the removal quotas, as well as the animals that can be made available for donation. And there's a number of factors that are being used. There is things like stocking rate and so on that we need to look at, but there are also other considerations like income generation for the Northwest Parks and Tourism Board. There are also where there's special or rare and endangered species or high value species, that will also dictate on how that species is going to be handled. Then on the basis of these quotas, the GDC will then publish a call for an expression of interest in the wildlife donation and custodianship to all previously disadvantaged individuals, and they would be required then to complete an application form, and then these are submitting to the GDC. Upon receiving of this application form, they undertake desktop assessment on all mandatory requirements, the capacity of the potential recipients, the gaps in the infrastructure development, possible interventions, funding, all of those kind of things. And then they develop shortlisting of potential candidates for the game donation program. Then apply sound communication in managing the prospects of the applicants for a wildlife donation custodianship program. In other words, there is going to be interaction. It's not just going to be a submission of an application, and the application, if it doesn't comply, then it's thrown aside. There is going to be interaction between the GDC and the people who applied. In this process, the GDC also need to compile a register of all applications for wildlife donation, which originated from this expression of interest. All right, now so then they are shortlisted, and then are call it the successful shortlisted candidates. They then need to then we start working on the documentation that's going to be required. Obviously, there needs to be a strong business plan. There must be confirmation of land ownership, or either in the form of title or in the form of a long-term lease agreement. A habitat suitability assessment must be done. That can also be done through either private consultants or through the ecologist in the board and in the department. From this also, ecological management plan needs to be developed so that we can see how they plan to manage these donated animals in the long run. There must be an indication of management capacity present on this property. We will come to it later as well. The management capacity to manage these animals at an acceptable level is crucial, and it's sometimes lacking in some of these projects. There's a need for a financial sustainability plan, or at least a realistic sustainability plan, how income is going to be generated, what's going to be the operational expenses, and how those two are going to meet each other. There must be a security plan. There must also be an infrastructure development and maintenance plan. And then the community beneficiation strategy. And then where applicable, if there's a species-specific management plan, for instance, where species like rhinos or sable or other high-value species then becomes relevant. So all of those documents must then be made available. Then is there going to be a site inspection of the property to verify all of the information, to look at the farming objectives, the business forecasting, whether that makes sense, whether it is realistic, the current land uses, existing wildlife on the farm. I mean, it's probably not necessary or possible to determine that during a site visit, but at least, one will have an idea of what is going on in the place. If it's necessary that additional field surveys be done, for instance, a game count be done, then those things may also be identified during such a site visit. And then a site visit inspection report is then compiled, a full report looking at the long-term benefits to biodiversity conservation, the socio-economic and historical circumstances of the potential recipient, assessment of the anticipated impact on wildlife donation, the sustainability of the operation. All of those kind of things need to be included in the site visit inspection report. Now that is going to then be the sort of the primary tool that is going to be used to recommend then potential recipients of a wildlife donation by the board. So at that stage then the board will inform the successful recipient or recipients. They must sign a game donation agreement and custodianship agreement, game donation or custodianship agreement. And then the GDC will then be responsible for post-donation or custodianship monitoring of the project. So there is going to be looking specifically at the physical condition and the performance of these animals over time. We don't want to have a situation where a group of animals has been donated and they are the population is slowly declining. Then at some stage one will have to intervene there and make a decision on the future of those animals. They also need to have insight in the business and financial management of the project in terms of further investment into the business, expansion, upgrading, improving capacity, etc. So those are vital issues and so on in order to make sure that the business keeps on growing. Then there's beneficiations to other members of the community, including those tangible benefits like empowerment, capacity building, etc. And advice on further management or gaps identified. So that will be the responsibility of the GDC. And then a monitoring report must be submitted to the CEO as well. All right, so in terms of applying to achieve this transformation, because the donation policy is specifically around transformation of the industry. So the priority will be given to previously disadvantaged group and entities that's compliant with the BBBEE Act 53 of 2003. So it's going to apply specifically on black emerging game farmers or communities. So as I said then, they must be black as identified. They must at least have 51% or more in in the wildlife business venture. They must be South African citizens residing in the Northwest Province. When dealing with the recipients where there's already livestock on the land, we will have to see how that's going to be managed, if it's possible to manage. I'm not talking about a few impalas and things like that, but where there are other species involved here, like buffalo and so on, one will need to look how it's going to be managed to reduce the risk of disease outbreaks and things like that. And then I think the important thing is that the recipients must show a willingness to participate in the wildlife economy program, and they must identify unconditionally with that, because once the animals are delivered there, then it means that that farm or that property is now fully committed to a wildlife enterprise, and it's not something that can change because sums doesn't add up or anything. So further, yeah, as we said also earlier, they must have access to land that's suitable for a wildlife ranching project, and the viability of that land to accommodate and to allow for a wildlife ranching for extensive areas is definitely going to be one of the criteria that we are going to be looking at. And then the land must it must be developed. There must be fences around it. In fact, they must have a certificate of adequate fencing. Any other applicant, any applicant already owning game farms must provide a health certificate, for the species that's relevant in this sense. Any proof of animal husbandry or wildlife management will be an added advantage. They must be willing to participate in capacity building programs. They must obviously also show compliance with the necessary legislation. And when all of these things are done and dusted, the animals are then captured and transported as stipulated in the donation or custodianship program. I think before we run off here and start filling up application forms and submitting it, there's one thing that I think we need to look at some of the realities in this business as well. Game donation and how it will contribute to transformation. And obviously, we're looking at a situation where we would like sustainable businesses to flow from this donation projects. So there was a study done a couple of years ago to look at profitability of game farms and what are those issues that's driving the financial sustainability of the game farms. And what they found, these wildlife-based land users, it includes things like consumptive activities such as trophy hunting, meat hunting or biltong hunting, culling, and then also non-consumptive activities such as selling live animals, breeding, ecotourism, etc. Now, the potential profitability levels varies from as low as about 2% of the return on investment, from as low as about 2% to about 7%. And taking into consideration that the ROI of about 10% plus and so on is where it's really going well. In terms of the combinations of wildlife use and agriculture, they found that almost half of these farms were mixed land use. In other words, they would have a cattle, goat, crop combined with wildlife industry or a wildlife product, and that is in order to subsidize or cross-subsidize the businesses, because at the end of the day there are so many factors and risks and so on involved with wildlife ranching that one cannot guarantee a sustainable income on for every year. I mean, we just look at the situation with COVID. All of a sudden, everything went belly up and so on, and that meant the end of a lot of farms. So there are always in these scenarios sort of a secondary, or in some cases even the primary industry that is keeping the game farm alive. Only 14% of these wildlife wildlife-based land users operate or had one type of land use on it. In other words, only game farms. That is mostly these the private nature reserves in the Eastern Cape and in KZN, the Pindas and Shawaris and those places. And they could afford to operate wildlife-based industry on its own in that area. So, and most of them then, what we are saying here, where there's 2 or more land users, was almost 86% or something of that was more than one. In other words, did not only rely on game farming. They had a secondary activities going as well. So the mean number of these wildlife-based land use was just over three of them. So it again shows you that it is very difficult. It's very difficult to rely on game farming as a singular activity and so on to keep your head above the water. So the most commonly practiced land use was the sale of live game. The least commonly was the culling of game meat. I think that situations may be starting to change around. And then there was a definite need for diversification of income streams or revenue streams on private wildlife properties in order to survive at the end of the day. And yeah, these kind of facts is very important for the long-term persistence of wildlife ranching sector. I think the realities that we need to deal with also, there's a stagnation in the prices of plains game or a very slow increases of those prices, the negative impact of the strong exchange rate on hunting operations, global warming and the impact of global warming on the Northwest Province. There's our negative publicity on unethical and exploitative wildlife practices that is affecting overseas markets. As we said, yeah, the large capital outlay required to convert from livestock to wildlife ranching requires game fences to be erected and constructed. And the high rate of income achieved on the breeding of high-value species between say 2013 and 2016, 2017, those things are not possible anymore. So please don't be lured into the business because of those numbers. And then we need to accept the fact that the wildlife industry is a highly competitive industry. So there's a need to cultivate a product that differentiate yourself from other. And that is sometimes also a huge challenge. What is the requirement for successful transformation through game donation? There must be a strong, clear vision with realistic milestones or targets for your game farm. And that should be preceding even your application for specific animals. There must be sufficient capacity from a business management point of view, from a financial management point of view, technical management, ecological management, and that is where mentors is becoming so important. But it's very important to have these management capabilities in your in your operations or in your business. You must also have a thorough understanding of the wildlife industry, its dynamics, the driving forces, and the risks. And then the institutional mechanisms for good governance at local levels, very important. We've seen that. Obviously, must have a passion for game ranching. It cannot be just because there's an opportunity now to perhaps get some animals for free. Now all of a sudden you want to become a game rancher. There must be an intricate passion for game ranching to be able to sustain it. And then, yeah, things like patience, resilience. You know, it must be hands-on. Game ranching is a hands-on business. And you must be open to continuous learning and improving your self. In conclusion, I think it's important that from the Parks Board point of view, that these game donation projects must be financially, socially, and ecologically sustainable. It must create secondary and even tertiary opportunities like trophy hunting, ecotourism, maintenance work, monitoring work or so that can be done. And then following from this, beneficiation must be multifaceted, not only hard cash. It must be multiplying over time. the spreading beyond just commercial income, and other issues like empowerment, new skill sets, awareness, and so on must also be flowing from this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think really, Peter Nell, thank you so much for this presentation. As SANParks is coming to take over the stage, this is the last presentation before we go to panel discussion. I would want Madam Changa just to share a few experience, because Northwest wants to embark on the program that you have done for so many years. At SANParks, because they just decided that they want to do a reset here to only do game donation when there is an approved policy. So it would be good just to share a few thoughts, and then you can then embark on the 2040 vision. Over to you. Let's welcome SANParks, Madam Changa.
Good afternoon, Ndate Matibe, Program Director. I think it would be amiss of me if I do not acknowledge our principals in terms of both those who were earlier with us, the Premier MEC, who are custodians of the 7th administration and the environment portfolio in the province. Also acknowledging Hosi Pilani and other horses who are here with us, who we believe as a sector are stewards of land and stewards of these natural resources, beautiful resources that we have as a country. I'm sure Mr. Matibe would have indicated yesterday that South Africa is one of the mega diverse countries that host about 70% of the world's biodiversity. I would also like to acknowledge the chairperson of the National People and Parks Forum, Mr. Jafta Rapadu, and other members of the People and Parks platform, who are our partners and who have been our partners for a very long time. Also officials led by our chair of the session, Mr. Korombi Matibe from DFFE, who are the champions of biodiversity economy in the country. The Land Claims Commission, our other key strategic partner in socio-economic transformation, led by Mr. Mukhatsu. Colleagues from DEDECT, led by Mr. Denga. I think there was also a mention of the attendance of some of the board members from the Northwest Parks and Tourism Board, as well as officials, communities who are our key partners, as well as other biodiversity and wildlife industry players who play a very key role in this space. Let me first start by mentioning a program director that I was bullied to come here today. And I only learned about this very, very important engagement on Monday when we were with the select committee at Golden Gate in the Free State on Monday. But I don't have any regrets, I must say. It's an honor and a privilege for me to be here in this very beautiful part of our country, which I was appreciating as I was driving up here. Supposed to be making a two-part presentation. I was also bullied because I was informed or instructed by my colleague, Mr. Mukhatsu, that I'm just articulating or pledging our support as SANParks to Northwest, which I will do. My colleague, Mr. Ebilikhare, was supposed to cover the part around the game donations, but unfortunately he was running late. So I will also cover a little bit of that before I then come to issues relating to this very beautiful vision that we have unveiled as an organization very recently. Just to indicate that we are working in terms of the game donation policy on instruction from DFFE, who is our mother department, in terms of the implementation of a policy that has been developed between the department, SANParks, and all 9 provinces in respect of game donations. So we are facilitating as an organization on behalf of DFFE. And I must just mention that in the context of that policy, we have been striking agreements with some of the key organs of state, and we do have a draft agreement that is in its final stages of formalization with the Northwest Parks and Tourism Board. Just wanted to indicate that in terms of this draft MOA, we are pledging to support in terms of game census, game capture and transportation, with most of the costs, of course, borne by our mother department. But I just want to also indicate that we're working on this under the banner of the wildlife donation policy, which I mentioned earlier, which is also meant, amongst other things, to advance the white paper, very progressive white paper that the department led a few years ago and formalized, and it's published, and it's now for implementation. And one of the key aspects in respect of the white paper is issues around transformation. We are also guided in this regard by the National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which Mr. Madibe has been driving, especially in terms of its revision. And I'm sure he would have spoken to that yesterday. We are also guided as SANParks by our own other policies, especially the Vision 2040 that I will get to a little bit later. Just to also indicate that we have been inundated, because previously we have just been facilitating donations to emerging black farmers and communities, PDI communities as well. However, in recent times we have been inundated by requests for us as government to also provide pre and post donation support, whether that is in the form of infrastructure, equipment, training, skills development, and that is what we have been charged with. And we are then providing that. Just to also mention that, because I think that is relevant, especially for this engagement, that we have also structured a partnership with Wildlife Ranching South Africa, WRSA, and they have promised or committed to support the wildlife economy program in respect of mapping of the farms, tracking of wildlife, access to vets, introduction to auction houses, pairing with established farmers, technical advice, as well as access to technology. Just to also indicate that we have been approached by a federation of emerging black farmers. Very recently, I believe it's an outfit that has been established 2 months or so ago, with a request for us to support as an organization, and we have engaged with the department in terms of how can we then best move forward in that regard. We had agreed that there would be a need for a strategy session around January, and we will ensure that we invite all the relevant people who can assist us in framing a strategy in that regard. But I think what we had then observed as a key gap in that engagement is the fact that there is very limited participation of women and young people in this space, and as an organization would really like to emphasize the need to ensure that we reach out in this regard. The team has indicated that there is a lot of work that is being advanced in this regard. And they have indicated that as an organization, we have developed around 2017 a wildlife utilization strategy which promotes access, benefit sharing, and also encourages inclusive growth and transformation in the wildlife sector. And I'm told that out of approximately 5,000 animals donated countrywide by all agencies, SANParks has distributed 3,450 to date to deserving beneficiaries. And by the way, this also includes recently high-value animals such as buffaloes. To date, 40 emerging farmers from previously disadvantaged communities are part of our beneficiaries. And as I suspected, I'm told that it's only 2 of our beneficiaries that are women. So we still have a long way to go, and that's what we are going to discuss in the strategic planning session in January. We have also created some jobs. More than 400 direct and indirect jobs have been created from the activities, and more than 150 beneficiaries and their employees have been trained in farm management, professional hunting, business management, and other areas, including financial management. And I think I've spoken to our partnership with WRSA, which is really beginning to yield positive results. We have also facilitated business and marketing exposure by taking some of the beneficiaries to other events such as Huntex, Biodiversity in Daba, and auctions. And we could not have done all of these things without the dedicated support and commitment from our mother department, forestry, fisheries, and the environment. So we're really looking forward to the finalization of that MOA with Northwest Parks and Tourism Board, MEC. And I think opportunities are boundless. Just to also indicate that in all our programs and projects, we are now informed by what has come out of the Vision 2040 as an organization. And I think I will touch on some of the areas that we could also tap into in terms of strengthening this MOA that I was talking about. Just to indicate who we are as an organization, we are one of the 4 public entities of the department, and we believe that we are a premier conservation agency in the country, managing a portfolio of 22 national parks in 7 provinces. I must mention that we do not have a presence, MEC, in Northwest. and KZN. However, we are looking at reaching out in terms of this Vision 2040 that I will be talking to. In terms of the vastness of our estate, we are covering about in excess of 4 million hectares, 19 billion rands worth of infrastructure under our belt. We are employing more than 6,000 people, 80% of who come from the adjacent communities. Just also mention that we operate mostly in far-flung rural areas where there are no other opportunities for economic development, which then makes our national parks potentially important in terms of contributing to job creation as well as broader economic development. We're generating about 80% of our own revenue, and we believe that we are the biggest provider of tourist accommodation in the country, with approximately 16,000 beds. So in recent times, we have realized that given the history of the establishment of our national parks and the fact that we have been pursuing, I think even as a country, other conservation agencies included, what we would call fortress conservation, in which people have been removed from the land of their forefathers, as my colleague from the Commission has indicated, to pave way for the establishment of these conservation areas. So Vision 20 is therefore seen as the single biggest opportunity to dispense of this approach in terms of conservation. And we therefore view consultation and community participation as a cardinal pillar of our democracy. We have been consulting, and I will play this video at the end. We have been consulting for the past 18 months. We went through the length and breadth of the country, consulting with communities, traditional leaders, traditional healers, government, youth, academics, tourists, as well as NGOs and the general public, in terms of how people see the future of conservation and sand parks. And it was quite an interesting journey, the first of its kind, that we would then go to that length in terms of consultation. And what we heard from these engagements, for example, was that there is a real need for job opportunities due to our poverty levels and inequality, issues of climate change, the threat of biodiversity extinction, the fact that technology is changing and we need to change our approaches, our landscape in terms of tourism is changing, funding models, we need new funding models, issues relating to historical heritage and spiritual matters and connections came to the fore. With all what we had, we realized that the organization would need to adapt to these changes as they then present transformation imperatives. So we then thought, if this is the problem statement, how do we then reimagine the future of our national parks? And we then adopted a generally accepted approach in terms of scenario mapping and planning, equivalent, for example, to the Indlulamthi approach that government has taken generally in terms of where the country should go. And we came up with about 7 scenarios after all of these engagements that would then look at issues around social, technological, economic, environmental, including political and governance. We then, after all of that, having looked at these scenarios from a scenario of collapse, to those around, maintaining the status quo and the big leaps in terms of technology. However, we thought, given where we are as a country, we would prefer to look at a scenario that we call best of all. This scenario basically envisages people living in harmony with nature in what we call mega living landscapes, which, as I indicated earlier, is a shift away from fortress conservation, looking at bigger areas just beyond the park boundaries, because we need to remove, from a management point of view, the fences, not physically, that's not what I mean, but making sure that we integrate what is happening outside of our national parks with our management approaches within the national parks, such that these areas are not just seen as islands of plenty in a sea of poverty, but do respond to the needs of our communities on the borders of national parks. And in order to do so, we would then need to integrate our work with other land uses, whether that's agriculture, even mining, as well as many other different land use activities, so that we make sure that as we expand our conservation estate, we take the needs of the communities holistically and make sure that we integrate our work, because when we work with communities, they see government holistically, not as disparate entities. So definitely this vision would need a whole of society, whole of government, whole of society approach. We have tried to look at areas of significant biodiversity across the country. The green areas are the existing protected areas, and the yellow or amber are those landscapes that we could work with many other different departments and other stakeholders in ensuring that we integrate our work more effectively. And when we're looking at the kind of activities within these mega living landscapes, we're looking at enhancing our work around tourism, be it through ecotourism, heritage tourism, culinary tourism that then also relies on what the local communities and the local players have to offer in terms of tourism. Then spiritually, stargazing as well. We also enhancing our work on wildlife economy in terms of wildlife ranching, including wildlife bioproducts, as Mr. Matibe has indicated, matters relating to bioprospecting and biotrade. Those are some of our key activities. Resource use, looking at the energy sector, sustainable agriculture, marine economy, biodiversity infrastructure, which forms a key part of our ecotourism, as well as matters relating to heritage, arts and crafts, and other related matters. In the space of education, capacity building, skills development, we believe that this is key, because I think, as the colleague from the Commission has indicated, if we are to really forge ahead in respect of co-management, then this is a very important critical step forward. Issues relating to enterprise and supplier development in order to enhance local procurement. Because we've also been asking ourselves as an organization, where are we procuring from? Because you cannot, for example, be sitting in Pilanesberg or Madikwe, and yet you are procuring your goods and services from Gauteng. Certainly there's something wrong there. If we have to intervene and even engage the National Treasury in terms of set-asides, that is what we will have to do as an organization. and as a sector. And I think in this regard, there are some partnerships as an organization that we're structuring, for example, with Sanlam, where we started, for example, looking at Kruger National Park in terms of goods. We're launching phase 2 of that partnership recently in Tsitsikama, expanding the reach to all our national parks, but not just looking at goods, but also the procurement of services as well. So we're really forging ahead in terms of enterprise and supplier development. So in terms of roadmap for the vision, we had a launch event on the 26th of September, which has been followed by a board strategic planning session on the 9th and 10th of this month, because this must be a vision that lives ahead, and we're anticipating 4 strategies in the next 20 years of 5-year duration, aligned with with government planning cycles in this regard. We have committed, because this is a board-led process, it was not just led by us as technocrats within SANParks, it was led at the highest level by the board. The board has committed that on an annual basis, we need to come and provide feedback to the society on an annual basis. As I indicated, this requires a whole of society approach. As an organization, we can't do this alone. We need all our key partners, the provinces, industry, communities, everyone. I think I had already spoken to the issue of the finalization of the MOA, specifically for Northwest, and as well as the strategy session that we are intending to have. That's part of our roadmap. I might just need assistance to play this YouTube video. Volume, please.
And the ongoing loss of biodiversity are serious threats to life on Earth that deserve our wildlife is threatened by poaching, putting the future of our precious rhino, elephants, and many other species at their mercy. From the wildlife that grace the savannas to the fauna that decorate our landscapes and our rich marine life, nothing is safe from these threats. As the leading force in conservation in South Africa, we are taking some giant steps into the future, reimagining conservation with people, for people, and nature. We would like you to be a part of reimagining and co-creating national parks of the future. Imagine a world where we return to our roots, revolutionize our DNA, and set a new norm for living in harmony with nature. Our protected areas are healthy, sustainable, and resilient, despite our global and domestic challenges. Diverse landscapes belong to all South Africans. And communities thrive from their own resources, being managed in partnership with their national parks. A world for sustainability for plants, animals, and humans. Every species, from the tiniest insect to the majestic elephant, is conserving in harmony with nature, with the diverse and delicate ecosystems that support our very life on Earth are safeguarded and protected for future generations. Where immersing yourself in nature from virtually anywhere in the world is a typical day in your life, instead of a yearned-for novelty. Imagine a world where local communities benefit from and invest in the sustainability of protected areas, where ownership and pride in our protected areas is shared and embraced. This is our inheritance to be protected for future generations. Sandparks invites you to join us in shaping a brighter future for the conservation of South Africa's national assets, to craft a united vision for the world we choose to live in 2040 and beyond. A bold collaborative effort that aims to reimagine and co-create a new era for conservation in our national protected areas, leaving a better future. Africa, the cradle of humankind. Africa, where living in harmony with nature is in our DNA. But now we live in a fragile world. Our planet is grappling with the consequences of an expanding human footprint as we continue to consume at a pace that our Earth and all its inhabitants struggle to keep up with. Climate change, habitat destruction, deforestation, poverty, inequality. Africa, the cradle of humankind. Africa, where living in harmony with nature is in our DNA. But now we live in a fragile world. Our planet is grappling with the consequences of an expanding human footprint as we continue to consume at a pace that our Earth and all its inhabitants struggle to keep up with. Climate change, habitat destruction, deforestation, poverty, inequality, and the ongoing loss of biodiversity are serious threats to life on Earth that deserve serious attention. Our Earth is being ravaged by fires, drought, and floods. Our wildlife is threatened by poaching, putting the future of our precious rhino, elephants, and many other species at their mercy. From the wildlife that grace the savannas, to the fauna that decorate our landscapes and our rich marine life, nothing is safe from these threats. As the leading force in conservation in South Africa, we are taking some giant steps into the future, reimagining conservation with people, for people, and nature. We would like you to be a part of reimagining and co-creating national parks of the future. Imagine a world where we return to our roots, revolutionize our DNA, and set a new norm for living in harmony with nature. Our protected areas are healthy, sustainable, and resilient, despite our global and domestic challenges. Diverse landscapes belong to all South Africans, healing and inspiring our nation. A world where national pride is rekindled and our protected areas are world-class in every aspect. Imagine a world where our wildlife is safe and communities thrive from their own resources, being managed in partnership with their national parks. A world for sustainability for plants, animals, and humans. Every species, from the tiniest insect to the majestic elephant, is conserved and cared for. With the diverse and delicate ecosystems that support our very life on Earth are safeguarded and protected for future generations. Where immersing yourself in nature from virtually anywhere in the world is a typical day in your life instead of a yearned-for novelty. Imagine a world where local communities benefit from and invest in the sustainability of protected areas, where ownership and pride in our protected areas is shared and embraced. This is our inheritance to be protected for future generations. Sandparks invites you to join us in shaping a brighter future for the conservation of South Africa's national assets, to craft a united vision for the world we choose to live in 2040 and beyond. A bold collaborative effort that aims to reimagine and co-create a new era for conservation in our national protected areas, leaving a better future for the generations beyond our lifetime. Sandparks invites you to the future of national parks and ecotourism in a world where people live in harmony with nature. Let's move beyond imagination and bring this vision to life.
Thank you very, very much, Sandparks, for sharing this very incredible vision. Now, if you look at that one slide of mega hubs, every province except Gauteng is supposed to be implementing one mega living conservation area. So in other words, an expanded conservation area in line with the obligation of South Africa in terms of 2030 global biodiversity framework, which every country has to conserve 30% of its land and sea surface, for conservation purposes. And that doesn't mean that we should then create more protected areas in the concept that we know of. But mega living conservation areas become the answer, so that the game ranches, the communal land, where you can still do other competing activities in that land parcel, you can put minimum standard requirements for that area to be declared as a conservation area, either as a protected environment, a stewardship site, or whatever. But in this case, we're looking for mega connections where we can connect one area to the other over a long land surface. On this note, thank you very much, Sandparks. And by the way, the model that Sandpark has, conservation model that they have, is something that we really want the whole country to emulate. Because we as the department will only give them 20% of the grant. they generate 80% of their own revenue to run their own operations. And that is where we expect all other authorities to look at what is it that they can do. Because in doing so, automatically we will address the issues and challenges of the CPAs in terms of socioeconomic benefits. Let me then have the honor to request the following people to ascend the stage to make a reflection on the mega hubs, and that's why this video was very important. One, we would want to ask CEO Adri Kirchhoff to come to the stage. Two, we also want Peter Swart to come to the stage, as well as humbly and gracefully Hoshi Baruna, Barry Joine, and then Ntate board member wa Northwest Parks and Tourism Board, Ntate Rapadu, but also the national chairperson of People and Parks. And then if we can also have Peter Nell from the board to join us. I don't know who from the commission. I didn't see Cindy here. Who from the commission is joining us? Oh yes, it's the head of the Land Claims Commission in Bukonewu Prima. Please join us. Are we gonna run sort of chairs? Maybe we need just one more. And then lastly, we will then ask a doctor in the making who is bringing the chair, Lydia Bebe. Yeah, you are here. It's a young doctor in the making. All right. Thanks very much. Can you show? Oh, wanted to explain the one slide which will trigger discussion. Yeah. No, just go to have the information. Let me call. Oh, okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Can we welcome our panelists, please? Thank you, thank you. We wanted when we talk, we wanted just for you to beam one slide, but it's fine. It's on the previous presentation. So we wanted to utilize this moment for yeah, close this one. Because we had almost 24 hours of interactions, iterations, discussions, lot of information, overload at times. So we really want to reflect on what our MEC has outlined in terms of what she wants to see. And of course, as you might have heard in the morning, what our Premier of the province indicated in terms of what they want to see in the biodiversity sector. I think if one was to sum it up, is that starting from our Premier going to our MEC, they want a biodiversity sector which is inclusive, transformative, beneficial to all people in this province, but also biodiversity through protected areas and through co-management agreements that benefit all communities that have claimed these protected area and they are either in the process of being finalized or they've got title to the land in that way. But all that is encompassed as guided by Ntate Denga, that this province wants to be the Mecca, wants to be the nexus of all big manufacturing of the final products of wildlife. And that's what the province wants. So products that come from wild animals, this province must be leading. And that's what they want. So we will hear from the panel as to, in their own sectoral space, what is it that they will be able to do, what role they will be able to play to make this dream of our MEC come true. That's what we want to hear. So on that note, we'll give each panelist, and now because of time, we'll give each panelist about 2 minutes reflection. But number two, when they've reflected, we'll open up the floor and allow you to interface with them, so that in the role that they envisage, they see how they're going to play to make the dream of making Northwest the mega hub for wild animals, where we benefit across all the value chains, come true. It's clear, ne? Let me turn back to my panelists, and I won't look at my Hoshi because it's not allowed in terms of protocol. So I will then ask all the panelists that we give each one of you 2 minutes just to reflect. If we look at the commission has got a duty. If we look at Hoshi, they have got a duty. If we look at people and parks, if we look at the industry, you even have got much responsibility. You won't get the 7 minutes, unfortunately. I'm going to start with you, CE, to briefly reflect. The good thing is that you will still add more of your inputs as and when we interface. Over to you, ma'am.
Mr. Program Director, thank you very much. 2 minutes instead of the 7 minutes. I'm going to rush through this. I'm representing the custodians of professional hunting and conservation South Africa. I need to share with you our vision so that you know who we are and what we stand for. And our vision is to have a respected and inclusive South African professional hunting community that enhances our biodiversity, the livelihoods of all our people, and the values enshrined in our national constitution. So I think I could actually now hand the microphone back, because that speaks to everything that's been said and requested over the past 2 days. I quickly need to refer to Mr. Chiani's statistics that he shared with you this morning, and I think, or yesterday. It's very important to note that the 22 stats showed that in Northwest, the number of clients, Northwest was sixth of the 9 provinces. In 2019, we were 3rd. There's a bit of work to be done. In 2022, the Northwest income was 5th of 9 provinces. In 2019, we were 2nd. So there's a lot of work to be done. So how do we change that? And we need to acknowledge that some of the other provinces, Eastern Cape, Limpopo, they've got much larger land tracts than Northwest. But you Northwest, and I'm from Gauteng, so you Northwest have got the potential. You've got an amazing and a phenomenal diversity. So how do you attract people? First of all, I'm talking about international hunting tourism. Where do you get them? If you look at the stats, then most of our international hunting tourists come from America. Almost 4,000 of them come to South Africa. So why don't they all end up in Northwest? Where does the marketing take place? The marketing takes place at the conventions in America. How does it work? A potential hunter, one of those 100,000 that Mr. Matibi referred to, walk into that hall, there's 900 booths from 5 continents. So they've got to decide on the continent where they want to go hunt, then on a country in that continent. And if they get to South Africa, they must decide on the province, and they must decide what do they want to hunt, plains game or big game, the big 5. And then they get to the outfitter marketing, and that is where we've heard McKenna yesterday telling us that he's an outfitter marketing. But where's his support? So our proposal, Mr. Chairman, is that Northwest makes sure, you've put a wonderful spread here together, it must have cost you a pretty penny. Spend 10% of that and make sure that your officials are there, Mr. Jenga, that your officials, that you are there to help your outfitters. Your outfitters must not only sell himself to the client, he must sell Northwest. We want to change from 4th and 5th to 1st and 2nd. So be there. So the department, please consider having, that's our first proposal. You ask us what us as industry can do. It's not us as industry. It's taking hands like the Premier has said this morning. The hunting areas, we sit with the most beautiful community areas around your parks where there's very little wildlife left from what I understand. So restock that and use the model that the APNR used with Kruger National Park, with those communities surrounding your parks. That's a second proposal. And then work with industry. We had WRSA here, FASA here, us, SATA. So work with us. Take our hands. Let us help you design workable, sustainable models. Then the last thing, the Premier requested the industry to work with government. We want to. Our proposal is take hands with us as organizations. The industry, we can assist you with developing the models. Please give us enabling legislation. We want to help you. We can't do it without officers with capacity and with printers and with rhino scanners. So, and then the last thing I want to touch on, professional hunters. You've had a wonderful program a couple of years ago, putting professional hunters through the schools, but they weren't screened beforehand. Talk to us, let us help you. Let we talk to them and screen them. And once they have qualified as a professional hunter, let them go on an apprenticeship with an outfitter, with a landowner for at least 12 to 18 months. Let them learn how to deal with a difficult client, how to deal with a wounded animal, how to complete their papers. It takes one set of papers to be completed wrong and a consignment to be attached by US Fish and Wildlife to damage our industry and our image as South Africa as a preferred hunting industry. And I tried to do it in 2 minutes. It's impossible.
You did well. Well done, CEO. Hoshi? Over to you. Any reflection?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think from my point of view, we still need to consider integrating our way of sustaining biodiversity, because we have always had our own ways of sustaining biodiversity. And unfortunately, I don't know whether I should say it has been neglected or undermined, but funny, all these properties or assets that we are talking about, you can only find them in the rural communities, which shows that there has always been a way of sustaining these. And my way of sustaining it has to be considered and somehow be integrated so that our communities can feel to be part of this conservation, so that they don't become alien when it comes to conservation, and people come and benefit without them being part of the process, because there's a different way of doing or considering biodiversity. I think that kind of collaboration would strengthen the view and the vision of maintaining and enhancing this conservation story, where everybody could, so that it should not just, we should not just come complaining or request to be considered when actually we are the people who have managed to maintain and sustain these assets. We can come with all that improvement, but let the people who have been maintaining this thing be part of that process. And maybe you don't know, that could even be better. Who knows? Thank you very much.
Are you safely seated there? Over to the commission.
No, thanks very much, Program Director. You see, the language from the Commission only is that we have realized the negative impact that the settlement of claims has created on the economy of the province and the country. And I'm saying this thing because we were settling claims without a plan. And the discussions for the past 2 days, if we want to have these mega hubs, it clearly demonstrates that we need to allow people who knows to help the Commission. And our communities must be organized and improve on the institutional arrangement within our CPAs, so that we improve governance of the CPA, but we also establish business entities that can work with any partner who wants to work with the CPA. Because one of the things that I've realized is that the industry is afraid because of the conflicts that are there amongst members of the CPA. But once we institutionalize it correctly and say the Communal Property Association as a legal persona takes only the responsibility of being the title holder, adjudicate the dispute, reference point, and identification of any land for development. But beside them, then we assist them to register a trade entity or a business company that will be running that and get proper people with experience to be the board members. So that when we approach the industry must not be skeptical because of the conflicts that may arise. Because in any organization, if the trust or whatever is working well, though people are fighting, but the business will proceed. We have started a partnership with one of the berries company in Majakane. There is a gentleman called Vellum. He has agreed to enter into partnership because what we have done there is to bring stakeholders into our business process. So that as we settle, we must also have the partner. We must not settle and look for a partner afterwards. So that's the approach I think that will be sustainable. But lastly, I think all what is needed is coordination and a political will. And we are convinced at the stage that the leadership of the Premier and the leadership of the MEC to bring us together here, it enhances the coordination that is required so that we are able to be represented and to be told, and all the entities like Northwest Parks Board, the terrorism, gambling, to harness and make sure that opportunities that are brought about by the settlement of claim are being taken seriously. But in all sense, we know that there is nothing that you can do with the land. So in Northwest only, we have already restored in excess of 600,000 hectares, mainly in rural areas, some in farms, but most of them. And we can be able to provide you with information of land that we have restored within the park, private land, and also state land. And we are confident that the coordination of our leaders in government will assist that, because we just need direction. We will make that thing. What we are even doing as the commission, we are mapping all the claims that you have settled so that people should be knowing where to go for when they look for information. So we are very much excited, and I think this thing is doable with the energy that we have put into it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll be speaking as the national head of People and Parks this time around.
Thank you very much. I think you are right, Chair, that Khosi touched on the importance of communities. So I will not even try to repeat that. I think the latter speaker as well, the Commissioner also touched on the importance of community participation. Now, over the past 2 days, we have gone through the biodiversity economy and its hubs. And clearly as Northwest, we concluded that we want to deal with the funeral economy mega hub. That in itself, according to me, present a very challenging outlook to us. And we must be very, very honest to each other in this room to say we know for the fact that that industry has got a perception of what I call, it has got a racial connotation to it. It is still have the players that we called, that is still racially orientated. So, which is, there's a lot that needs to be done for us to make sure that we are intentional in our policies, to make sure that this does not be, the red tapes are not a deterrent into the new entrants, especially of the black participants. So we need to do that because it's going to take us a lot for us to transform. I mean, like the presentation yesterday, it was like 80% of this industry has got 80% of male participants in it. So it's going to take us a lot for us to transform. So all what we can ask, especially from the community point of view, we want policies that are intentional, and we want the players in this room to be intentional as well, and to make sure that we collaborate, all of us. And for once, take out this white and black, what can I say? Classification, yes. So, and make sure that we meaningfully contribute towards the betterment of this industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think let's hear from the academia. What will academics play? What role will the academics play in ensuring that we have got a sustainable initiative that will not start and stop?
Thank you. So I'd like to acknowledge that in the past 2 days, we have learned that Northwest indeed has a diverse range of wildlife economies that can be sustainably utilized. And as a representative of African wildlife economy, what we have to offer is that we are a research institute and a learning hub. So there are many research priorities that we have, but we are short of researchers. We're short of more women. I think we're 2 women in our department. So I employ females from the Northwest province to look into opportunities at Stellenbosch University because there is funding for that. I'm currently a funded student. I know that there are people that are looking to do lessons in professional hunting, but we also still need researchers. We are also a consultative firm. We offer consulting services. So in the event that there are issues around wildlife economies and how we can unlock the full potential of wildlife economies, we are more than happy to offer our opinions and advices on that. And then thirdly, African wildlife economy has connections with not just South African bodies, but we have connections with industries in countries that are in East Africa as well. So we run a colloquium series where we learn from what the Eastern African countries are currently doing. So these are things that we can share with Northwest in a way that we can learn from others and better implement them in our own wildlife economies. And then finally, we do have, like I've mentioned, a session on how we're learning from other organizations. So if there are projects that Northwest is currently doing that they want the world to know more about, we have partnerships with ShareScreen. So we are welcoming organizations and individuals in Northwest Province to approach us with those projects that they want put on the internet and have the rest of the world knowing what is happening in this beautiful province. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Let's hear again from the industry. Over to.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matibi, for the opportunity to address this gathering. And congratulations to the Northwest Province for hosting such an important event. I am Peter Swart, Chairman of the Sustainable Use Coalition Southern Africa. We proudly represent 11 associations across the entire wildlife sector value chain, from farming and hunting to taxidermy, export, and everything in between. Our role is to support a sector that plays a vital part in the conservation and economic development while benefiting South Africa's communities. Our industry is powered by business-minded individuals who, regardless of external factors, must keep moving forward. We have responsibilities to our employees, their wages, their livelihoods. In this industry, we have learned the truth of the old saying, a boer maak 'n plan, or a farmer makes a plan. That is exactly what's needed if we to succeed in the challenges we face. The wildlife sector offers countless opportunities, and we as industry are eager to, first of all, create meaningful jobs, improve the livelihoods of our communities, raise the standard of work, and expand training and skill building opportunities. Our expectations from government is few but crucial. All we ask is for an enabling environment that allows us to thrive, grow, and give back. One immediate example is the 9+1 permitting system. This system is holding back economic growth in our sector. To transport something like a significant as a rhino horn, we need more than 7 different permits, a process that hinders legal and responsible trade. Then there's the issue of the lion farming. Government has adopted a policy to phase it out. But where does it end? If captive breeding of lions is targeted, what about other animals like cattle and chicken? The policies and restrictions in place need thorough re-evaluation if we to sustain the sector. In addition, trade restrictions on import and exports are another critical obstacle. We have heard rumors that ports might be closed, but we don't need fewer ports. We need more to support our sector and open opportunities and for sustainable, responsible trade and economic growth. In closing, let's remember the words of Walt Disney. The way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing. Let's work together, government, industry, and community, to ensure that this sector continues to benefit our people and our natural heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Manje Swart. Let's hear from the board. Peter Nel.
Thank you, Mr. Program Director. Yeah, over the past 2 days also, we've been listening to a lot of information that has been shared. I think yourself also, you gave us statistics on jobs in the biodiversity economy. Almost 500,000 jobs has been created through the biodiversity economy. And I mean, those things are very impressive figures that we really need to take note of. Yesterday afternoon, this morning, we also discussed the concept of the mega biodiversity hubs. And I was thinking the whole time about how do we apply this realistically and practically in the Northwest Province? What kind of projects we can be looking at? And it brings me back to one of my passions in the Northwest Province, which is Borokalalo Nature Reserve. Unfortunately, a little bit of a tragic story. But Borokalalo Nature Reserve is a 13,500 hectare reserve. It has the Klipvoort Dam inside there. It has got a diversity of habitats, diversity of landscapes. It is located fairly close to the main markets. And the thinking was, how do we return, all these years we've been thinking, how do we return this place around? Because one of the things that is plaguing us there is the illegal poaching and fish netting. So at the moment, the only people that is benefiting from a 13,500 hectare pristine nature reserve is the poachers and the illegal fishers. And the land belongs to the CPAs. I think government only owns about 10% or so of Borokalalo. But I think that in itself also creates opportunities to be able to develop a conservation model that is truly Africa, that is fitted for our situation here in the country. And so I think it almost as an opportunity for us to explore how can we may turn this thing around. And the idea of the economic mega hub and so on has started to take place. And I did a little bit of research and I was looking around there, and there's a couple of industries and businesses. So there is Qualia. It's a lodge just north of Borokalalo. There's Sipai entertainment area. There is Nagala Kulala Safaris just on the western side of it. And there's even a place, Olomouc, workwear manufacturer. And how do we integrate all of these into a mega hub concept where everybody can benefit from it, where is even synergies, where one business can grow on the successes of the other business. And how do we bring all of these things together? And it will be a need for us to develop a common vision for that area, for that region. And we have to bring in all these big role players like the district municipalities, like water affairs to help us with the quality of the water, like the local municipalities, and everybody focusing on developing that mega hub concept there, almost like Dinokeng did, where they've also put together a number of properties into one big area that is now starting to gain traction. From a marketing point of view, it's becoming a tourist destination. And I think Borokalalo has got all the elements of doing that. And I think it's just for us and government, maybe from the Parks Board, from the department side, to create this vision or to develop this vision in consultation with the rest of the role players in that area. And I think in that way, we would be able to turn it around and bring businesses, people, communities, everybody together to be able to, for this thing to work. So I think it's something that I would plead, which I would think would be a good thing if we can take from this conference or this engagement, and maybe something that we can pursue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just two quick things before I hand over for one or three reflections from the masses. Is that I think he made mention of Dinokeng. It is an initiative of Gauteng, which I was not part of, but I was the engine for it. We literally developed the master plan for it because I was responsible for tourism development and marketing. So that concept is something that is working and it's happening, as you said. We established a Big 5 game reserve 30 kilometers away from the city center of Gauteng to make sure that those who are in transit from anywhere in the world, they can then be able to utilize their few moments to go and see the Big 5 before they transit to other areas. So I was working as a deputy director in 2000 in the DEDECT, or Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, Country Member and Environment. So I know about that. So I'm saying this because with the mega hubs before us, we will not only require people or need people who are in the sector and the sector value chain, we'll need people beyond this sector to partner with them. That's why I was happy to see all the entities of the Department of DEDECT here, because we'll need everyone, including the liquor board. We'll need everyone. Now, we are opening up. I want to give opportunities just for a few minutes because we're going to wrap this part and allow the last part to be led by the department. Very important information that is coming with regard to the biodiversity policy that our MEC has led. And I think it's just appropriate to mention that after the president presided over the biodiversity economy in Daba this year on the 25th of March in Gauteng, Northwest Province is the first province ever to make a follow-up and have a biodiversity economy. MEC, we are so humbled by what you are doing, because even when we report back to our minister and look at what you have done here these 2-3 days, it only epitomizes the concept of government working in unison. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'm only going to allow 3 hands, one on that row, one here, one there. If somebody persuade me, I'll have the 4th one, just to interact with the panel. And I would really encourage you not to give us a preamble of what you want to say. No preamble, cut it to the chase. Let's start there. I'm taking one person from that row, that gentleman, and then I'll recognize you. Who else? I will come back to you. Oh yes, that's right, and then yourself. So I've got all my, and yourself. We are closed. Thank you. Can you start? Mike.
Good afternoon. My name is Ramon Suramfulo from Akwande Tlembi. I've got 5 questions, but I'm going to make it very short. They are straightforward. Okay, the other one is not a question, it's just to compliment Koshi Nyalala Pilane. When he said that they make themselves available to help the Northwest government to be able to implement and assist with the idea or the objective of biodiversity economy within the province, because as he said that the playground will be in the village, and is where they've got these resources to push this. That's I want to comment him on that. Number one, Ndate Rabadu and Pete Nell and Tate Buhazu, 99-year lease. We talked about 99-year lease. I had the MEC yesterday said that if you are saying you're not making money, you are not profiting in this business, step aside, get people like Bora Mons, us, to push it forward. The red flag is 99-year lease. Another red flag will be radical to address that. There will be a lot of court cases. So,
and what is the question, Ramutu?
It's a suggestion to them.
Yes.
To assist them. I don't want to give them problems. It's a suggestion for a solution to that. As I mentioned, I know they said there is a political will that is needed. Go back to your constituency. Go and tell the MPs there that we want to change this, and we'll have a big problem. 20-year legal battle, and we don't want that. Go to Parliament, propose this law to review this. And for Northwest, it is really unfair, because it's something that was done. I think if my mind serves me well, Madige was started in 1992, but on the history says 1994. And then 99-year lease was signed. Make it go to those people, the parliamentarians, to make a law, to make your life easy. Because we know the problem, we know the solution. The problem is implementation. The capacity building, Charmaine talked about professional hunters. Can you please, we know we've got problems, and it's being identified that we've got a gender-based issue in terms of participation in that field. Can you please give us a realistic, that Hazu mentioned, it says smart, realistic, a simple, measurable plan that I'm going to take 10 people in Northwest, January, training them until 20, whatever, 2 women, 8 women, 2 males, you train them, and then you come back to us and say, this is the evidence. I address that problem. And then the other one is, these biodiversity things, on the sideline I spoke to other role players. Without the involvement of the local municipalities, and I'm not talking about the mayor or MMC, I'm talking about the council on the ground there, the ward committee. If they don't understand this, what you are talking about, you're going to sleep many more nights. 100 years sleeping. If they don't understand this, it's going nowhere. So there must be workshop, understand it. The chief, the COSI has already availed himself that I want to understand this, I want to help. I'm talking about those councillors. They must understand this. Because without them, the MEC, national, you can have this good thing, it's going to fail without them. And lastly, Pete Nell, sorry to maybe to come on you. Sometimes in 20 years back, I read something about Highveld Nature Reserve. And we are talking about 2030 issue now, that we must conserve the land, the sea, whatever, that we're talking about 30% of it. There was something that I read about somewhere in Potchefstroom, Klerksdorp, a nature reserve. How far are we with reclaiming that? Thank you.
Ke lebogela monyetla potso ya ka ya mathomo e tla ya go Kgosi. Our land, Kgosi, is subjected to rampant illegal mining, and these illegal mining activities are actually threatening biodiversity of our land. Now, the question to you is, what plans do you have in place to arrest and contain this trajectory? That is to Kgosi. And then the second question, Ntate Rapadu. Ntate Rapadu, we are very much concerned about the collapse of co-management agreement. You see, this agreement was intended to ensure and enhance collaborative and participative management. And in the absence thereof, where do we get the voice of the landowners? It can't become defunct in a manner it has become. The other question is that concerns professional hunting. Now, I'm just checking with you that within our limited resources as landowners, as the CPAs, how do you intend to assist and initiate such that we claim a stake within this market at grassroots level? The other question goes to Ntate Bokgatsu. Ntate Bokgatsu, we are very much concerned about this protracted delays in regard to the finalization of all outstanding land claims. Now, my question to you, or our question to you, is actually what are the challenges, real, tangible challenges that continuously hinder this finalization? And what is the turnaround time envisaged for conclusive adjudication of all these pending cases? And the last one would then would go to Ntate Nel. In your presentation, you referred to the distinction between, what is that, ownership and custodian agreement. Can you kindly elaborate on that? And the very last question to you, Ntate Nel, is in the event of readily available land, what would then be the turnaround time, you know, the 10-key turnaround time for set-up purposes?
Maybe before you sit down, CPA, just mention the CPA where you come from and your name, so they can record it.
Yeah. Lina Laga Kimafuko Lelaka, the Deputy Chair of Bapolomiti CPA.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We really appreciate that. All right. You are the last one. There was a hand that side. And then, because I want to make sure I've covered all the rows. And then at the back, go to the back. And then we'll come to you and then wrap up with him. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Moremi Lisejane. I want to start with a comment. I'm going to be very brief. I just wrote it down now. It is exciting that an MOU will be signed between the two departments as directed by the MEC, which will help in enhancing the implementation of co-management agreements. We're also looking at the business development capacity from the involvement of the NWDC in the same agreement as it was when it originated at the strat planning for the department, to assist with the business processes that are required to assist the CPAs to realize their benefits, things like business plans, bankable plans, concept plans, cash flow plans, and all the structuring of partnership agreements and all that to assist them. So it looks like the CPAs, especially those that are within protected areas, will be well covered. My question now is, there's still huge expanse of land allocated by state and under the control of the minister, with communities having only land use rights. To convert this into exclusive game ranching development is a long process to get all the approvals and all the consultations that must be made so that other land use options are excluded from these communal properties requires a long process. The President, however, has indicated and encouraged government to find ways of doing business without long red tape. So in other words, we've got to find a way of speeding up the resolutions around this kind of activities and decisions where communities are showing interest to participate in wildlife ranching so that their dreams can be realized. And by doing that, we'll then assist the realization of the hub that we're talking about with animals that will be coming from these communities that are able to implement the program. Colombian and I visited New Zealand at some point. We saw this happening. So it is doable, it is possible, but we need to take care of the red tapes that may slow it down and so Rabo Khatsu maybe can comment on the land aspect of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's recognize Ntate, and then we have got the last hand. Back to that row.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Albert Seloro of Kokame CPA. I stand just to, I've got a concern with Vision 2040 that has been presented here today. And it reminds me of the concept that was introduced by Northwest Parks Board in as far back as 2017. The concept of land incorporation, where the board was introducing CPAs or communities with small game parks to incorporate that into national parks. So I just wanted to know as to, because this one was actually interrupted by COVID-19, and then it was since stopped or whatever, I don't know. But now I wanted to know as to the difference between that concept with this one of Vision 2040. Thank you.
Thank you. The last question, and then we wrap up on the questions and allow the response.
Thank you, Matsamai Sadiro. My name is Ginosi Mojanaha from Mabilo Khaisale Trust, a beneficiary land claim process. I'm not sure whether this is a question, but it still remains a question. I've attended many of these conferences that are organized by government, which is a good thing because the government gives us a platform to engage and interact with our counterparts. So in all these years, since these consequences, many of these faces that I see here, I've always seen them. So I'm going to start with my lady here from Professional Hunters Association. I think the gentleman who spoke first maybe mentioned that a little bit. It would appear that it is very hard for us black people to be able to enter the market of professional hunters. So what is it that you've been doing or are intending to do? Because the reality is, all these years, you've been making presentations as the organization, but it looks like there's no absorption of black people into this platform. The first thing that becomes very hard, it's the monies that you have to pay as a professional hunter. The second one, the barrier, the language barrier, where our people, when they go for these tests and everything, it's very hard. So I'm just wondering, is this not a way of gatekeeping? I'll tell you why I'm saying this. For you to have an outfitting company that can access international markets, you need to have a professional hunter certificate so that you are able to process international clients. And the reality is that's where the money is in terms of hunting and so on and so forth. So I'm just wondering, and as I speak, I see that you've got your counterpart, the lady there. Can't you all combine, including WRSA and captains of industry in this industry, identify, at least so that when we report back the next year to this conference, to the MEC, you should be able to say that I've got 10 people that I've brought in, that I've trained, who are PHs. And I'm not sure whether this is administrative. I've interacted and worked with about 4 or so PHs, which made me wonder, is this about the administrative side of things or not? Because on the field there, they couldn't cope. Some abandoned their own clients and charges, running away from buffaloes, where one had to intervene, and I don't have a certificate. So I'm just saying that maybe find a way, all of you there. I think that lady there has said that she works with different, let's get, at least when you report back, you must have 10 or so people that you've already trained that you can present. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the last speaker is talking about what are the practical interventions that can be made, where we can say this year, this is the commitment, this is what has happened, these are the people that we have supported in this area. Next year, if MEC calls us or interface with us like this, we report back, because MEC wouldn't want us to just meet here, spend another day or two, and we go back, we forget about this. Because this is about accountability for each one of us. Thank you very much. I would then allow just brief reflection. I'll give you now 30 seconds each when you respond. And then before we hand over to the MEC to wrap up this session.
Mr. Mativi, thank you. I'll try within 30 minutes, but I also think the questions were so important that one should give it the relevant attention that it needs. A simple plan, a realistic plan for PH provinces. or professional hunters. You know, actually, what I didn't say earlier today is the majority of professional hunters and hunting outfitters operating in the Northwest Province does not reside in the Northwest Province. They come from Limpopo, they bring their clients here, they come from Northern Cape. So yes, there's a definite need, and the Northwest Province has already identified it a couple of years, but I still, as I said earlier, I don't think and we don't believe that the model they have followed was the correct model, although they have tried to enable people to become professional hunters. You know, the thing about professional hunting, you go to any school and you talk to an 18-year-old about professional hunting, and we've got professional hunters here, both the FASA representatives, Makina at the back, and I'm sure there might be one or other too. If you're going to go and talk to an 18-year-old, he's going to have stars in his eyes about coming this big game hunter. That's what he sees, that's what he thinks it is about. They've got no idea, and the thing is that especially people who's never been exposed to a farm, to a game farm, to professional hunting, they actually have no idea what it entails. So that's why I'm once again saying, should there ever be a program again? And from custodian's side, and I'm sure from the other associations, so you have mentioned a few associations' name, we will be willing to partner with Northwest Government and say, let's say next year we want to train, let's start small. Let's say we want to train 4 to 6 professional hunters. If we fund one school, the Northwest Department will fund the others. But the main thing is you have to make sure that you get the correct candidate. Otherwise, they all flake out, as have happened with the previous ones. So, and then the other perception is, I've been to a professional hunter school, here's my certificate, now I'm a professional hunter. No, not true. You don't have the experience. You've never learned how to deal with clients. You've never, like you said, follow up on the wounded animal. A young professional hunter cannot hunt a buffalo. That's a second step for dangerous game hunt. He's got to have some experience. So there's a lot of misperceptions and stars in the eyes about professional hunting. When we would embark upon such a program, MEC, with the department, we would seriously insist on a proper screening method so that we know that professional hunter, it's also not the professional hunter who can go overseas and market. It's a hunting outfitter. That is the next step that professional hunter must aspire to. So how do we enter at grassroots level? The main thing is, so the communities must be prepared to start at the bottom, start from scratch, take hands, partner with industry, partner with experienced outfitters, allow experienced outfitters, give them access to your land, to your animals, let them come hunt. But remember, you need a lodge. If you don't have a lodge, you need a cold room, you need proper roads, you need infrastructure. That is where we need to take hands with the department. The second thing is the communities, the individual persons on community level. If they see the hunters come in to their community to hunt, they want to individually see the value that they get out of this hunt. They want to see that if that hunter came in, it's not only the protein that they get and a few rands in the bank. They want to really experience the value. And if they're going to see the value, they will protect their animals. They will protect them. So sorry, I'm almost finished, but I think it's very important because we had 3 questions about that. It's not something that's going to happen within a month or 2. You're going to go internationally and market. It's going to take you 3 to 5 years to get your clients here. Never underestimate the local South African hunter. I heard you said that's where the money lies, with the international hunter. We've seen the statistics. The income on hunting in South Africa from the local South African hunter is much higher than from the international hunters. So you can aspire to the international hunters. And yes, still have a professional hunter in your community, even to accompany your South African hunter, although it's not legally required. So that's all I want to say. Don't underestimate the value of the South African hunter. Maybe that's where to start while training your professional hunters. And remember, a professional hunter showing you a professional hunter certificate. Make sure that he did a proper apprenticeship for a year or 18 months with another outfitter or landowner to have the experience, so that nobody can turn around and say that they had a horrible experience in the Northwest. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There was a question directed to you, sir.
No, thank you very much. I'm going to respond to the question of co-management. I think it must be noted that we have, as the government, People and Parks, and the Commission, I think we have identified that there are gaps in terms of the effectiveness and the impact of co-management framework. Hence, the presentation that was done, that now there is a process of making sure that we deal with the administrative issues of ensuring that we sign the MOU, and then obviously it will be followed by the TORs to make sure that this process is properly facilitated of the co-management. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. I just want to check with Sun Parks if you wanted to reflect on some of the comments that were made. Sun Parks?
Thank you, Chair. Just probably to first start by appreciating the issues that have been raised, especially by the communities. Firstly, maybe if I can reflect on the matter of the 99-year lease. It is indeed a matter that we should be looking into, and I think this has been a consideration in cases where there are limited economic opportunities to support a fully fledged co-management arrangement in terms of restoration of land in title. But I think there is realization that we probably need to go back to the drawing board, because there could be other benefits that could also be packaged together with the lease arrangement, especially if one is looking at where we are, having properly framed a clear policy direction on transformation. So we may not just want to limit the lease arrangement to what communities can get financially. There is nothing precluding us from also packaging another set of benefits that can accrue in the context of transformation. So I think that is a key issue. This issue of capacity building is one for me that is very, 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 very critical. It's critical broadly, not necessarily limiting it to the new land owners. Once a land claim has been settled, it's critical broadly in terms of our communities. Because if we are saying that we are moving or shifting away from fortress conservation where people are excluded, you first have to begin to inculcate that sense of appreciation. I'll just make a simple example. When I was still with the department recently, I was then tasked with the responsibility of revising a Rhino Biodiversity Management Plan, which must then frame a proper community participation and beneficiation arrangement. So one was then engaging with communities, for example, around the Kruger National Park, and I was asking the participants, how many of you have been to the Kruger National Park? And I think it was 2% of them who raised their hand. And you have to start people from rock bottom and take them up in that hierarchy to a point where if you are to get into a co-management arrangement, they are properly prepared for that level of engagement. So I think these are some of the issues that people are raising, which are very key, and I think within the People and Parks Forum, they are flagged as priority, but perhaps we need a more in-depth consideration of some of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sun Parks Commission. There were some few areas that you wanted to.
No, thanks very much. The issue of 99 year lease, I want to leave it to government to talk to it. But my thinking is that there must be a way of us renegotiating. If a lease was entered into by the previous government and the new government come into place, I think there is a way that it can be discussed as long as it is to the benefit of the community. I think all of us, we are aware of the concession agreement within the parks, where government owns 50% and concession is 50%. It's an area that I want to leave it to the MEC to explore, and because I don't want to preempt any discussion. So it's very difficult for me as of now to adequately respond to it, but there is a need for discussions around it. The next question was relating to I think that was the only question, if I'm not mistaken. It was about the land, I think. Yeah, the land that was for extension of some of the benefits. I think we acknowledge that the challenges that are facing the Commission about finalization of the claim is the complexity of the claim. We indicated that the Commission had in excess of 2,500 land claims, but to date, we are only dealing with 521, but those that are pure, it's around 38. So we have done some strive. But what is interesting is that for the discussions of today, land within conservation, we have finalized everything. I mean, we have settled everything. We are only left, I think, with fewer communities where we are in the process of transferring. Advocate Matukan, when he presented, he spoke about some outstanding land within Pilanesberg for Bakhatla and RKM, and some of most of the conservation areas we have transferred, and we have even indicated there. So for those that are outside the park, it's very complex. I'll cite one example about the claim that was lodged by Barolombo Mariba. They've got one claim, but when we calculate the hectares that they have claimed, it's more than 200,000 hectares. And at this stage, we are at 40 something hectares that we have restored. So such claims, we are not concluding them easily. We have to face, we are already at some of the claims, phase 18, phase 90, because it depends who is willing to sell, because we cannot just expropriate, because we know that legislation never went through. So settlement of claim, it's a negotiated process. Now, the approach that we have taken as the Northwest regional land claims, is to make sure that we are now doing what we call settlement packages to negotiate, and we have negotiated the past month with our claimants community to say, let us value the extent of the land that you have claimed, determine what price is it, then after that we will negotiate. The land that is available will restore. If it is not, we'll get you alternative land. If there is no land at all, or you have received more land, then we will give you what we call financial reward. We call it financial compensation, so that they can start developing their land. But like I indicated in the presentation of Advocate Matukan, it is indeed. But to Ntate Moremi, there are communities who are now willing to integrate the land that they have been, it has been restored to them to expand the park. Example is Barokolokhadi, where in Madikwe. I mean, they are increasing the fence so that they can also benefit within the park. I know that Bahurutsi are also in an engagement to also expand by providing some of their land so that they can also be party to conservation. So in simpler terms, we are saying we are increasing the number of CPA who have got land who can contribute it towards conservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, if I can just quick kick off with the Highveld Nature Reserve, the status of that area. There was a piece of land to the south of Potch, about 8,500, 9,000 hectares in size, that was earmarked for a nature reserve. The land belonged to the Matluang CPA. And there was if I remember, a four-way partnership with, for the management of that land. It was Matluang, the department, Northwest Parks Board, and the Tlokwe local municipality. And yeah, so for I think about 12, 13 years or so on, we've tried to get that project going. It was becoming evident that that project was not going to be sustainable in the long run. Specifically, we started looking at 30 or 40 or 50 years along the line. There was a huge lot of pressure on the eastern side of the park for residential expansion into the park. And eventually we had to make a call that we will have to abandon that project. But with the department, we are exploring new areas at a new site where we can be looking at establishing a grassland. It's still a priority to establish a grassland nature reserve. But now, as I say, we're looking with the department on other options that we can be looking at. I think the issue of ownership and custodianship, yeah, the policy make provision for various levels of ownership or custodianship. So one can even negotiate, or not negotiate, but in terms of the project proposals, the people involved, the size of the land, all of those things, that the agreement could entail something like a simple Mafisa agreement, where a founder population is given to an area. After 10 years, the founder population is retrieved, and because the progeny is then used by the recipient to establish their populations. But we could also have other arrangements where the entire founder group is donated, and that will be based on, as I say, the situation. And in that case, then an ownership agreement will then be entered into. Custodianship is where animals could be made available on a temporary basis or even on a long-term basis. Say, for instance, things like rhinos, a herd of black rhino could be made available to a landowner or landowners, and they could have custody of that group, but they may not have, for instance, usage rights. In other words, they cannot go and sell it or hunt it, but they can use it, for instance, for ecotourism purposes. So that will be sort of the difference. But the policy is fairly flexible in terms of that arrangement, and it's going to depend very much on the type of arrangement or the situation on the ground. I think the other one was just on the, what was this? Oh, the turnaround thing. Yeah, I think the turnaround, if a piece of land is made available, or if it becomes available, a raw piece of land becomes available, then it's going to be dependent very much on having all of those agreements in place. So in other words, if the project proposal is successful or is being considered, and this group is being considered for game donations, then the area must be prepared. I mean, obviously we cannot take a drop of game in an area that's not properly fenced or managed. And so I think to a large extent that turnaround period is going to depend on the funding that would be available. If you're going to rely on government funding, there's budget processes and all those kind of things that needs to come through. There's priority listings that needs to be done. If you want to go the route of involving a private funder, the turnaround can obviously be much faster. And as I said in my talk as well, the projects will always be considered according to their merit. And we obviously have to compare apples with apples. So it will have to be considered against other projects. And if there's merit in this project, one can say, all right, we will pursue this project, or we will support this project, but these things needs to be put into place. And then it's upon the owners of that land, in collaboration with government, to prepare that piece of land and so on, then for that animals to be received. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me thank Dr. Ramon Sofo for honoring me and accepting that we continue to accept conservation. And it's because it's not a new thing to us, like I said. Even now, as I'm talking, in one of the farms that we use, it's not declared conservation, but you can find leopards there, you can find most of the animals there. So that is part of our understanding, and that is why I was saying we are still prepared to expand. There could even be other benefits when conservation is done according to some of the understanding that we have. I was talking of for an expansion of Pilansberg, whereby in that expansion we can develop eco-estate. That enhances the value of the land and even people can benefit. It will still be a conservation, but of course where now there's no dangerous animals, but it's a conservation. So those are the ideas we are toying around. And thank you very much for acknowledging that. I want to go on to this 99-year lease, because I don't really agree that it cannot be resolved. The people who have got 99-year lease and are dependent on the park, they could be the agreement or the contract on the development of the lodges. But I think they are also dependent on the traversing rights into the park. They cannot survive without that traversing. And those traversing rights are not 99 years. So if people don't want to renegotiate, you can just close them down and say you will have those beds there, but no access to the park. They must come back and we can renegotiate. So there's always those kind of things. But I also believe in any contract or lease agreement, there should be an exit clause. If it's not there, then I don't know what type of agreement is said, because then you are locked in for your lifetime, even if you don't have any more relationship. Even in marriage, you can divorce. Now, what about this contract? So my belief is we need to check properly on these contracts that are now being flagged as if they are untouchables. It cannot be that you become an untouchable in people's land. No, I don't believe in it. So we need to look into all those things. The question I was asked directly by Ndate Mafuko, I think he was asking me about the mining, the zamazamas, they call them zamazamas. And they are the ones that brings them there. The landowners, no, the landowners, some of the community members are the ones who bring these zamazamas there. If people don't accept the zamazamas, there won't be zamazamas. If the community is united, the CPA is united, there won't be. But there's always somebody within them who brings these zamazamas. So, and unfortunately, it's not a matter of Khosi sanctioning. Rather, it now, once they are there, and the members of the CPO committees are part of that, it has to go to now law enforcement, unfortunately. Otherwise, there could be some blood spilling there and all those. So the only way to resolve it is to go through the legal route. I think that would be my comments. Thank you very much.
Can we give the hands of appreciation and love to our panelists as they move back? Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to humbly request our MEC to reflect on this discussion as we wrap up the session and then go to the biodiversity bill. Can we welcome our MEC as she comes?
No, thank you, Program Director, and let me also appreciate those who are patient enough to be still here, and importantly, appreciate also the inputs by the panelists. I don't know what does this word stress mean. You know, sometimes I get stress, but I'm just suspecting that you normally get stressed when you want to deal with things that you are not in full control of. You want to solve problems that you know very well that you do not have the capacity to solve. So it's something that I don't have and I never had so far. Now I have not a lot to attend to, except to actualize the mandate of this department, but importantly to respond to the directives by the Premier. And in the context of economic transformation, we have before us the issue of biodiversity economy. Now, but I want to invite you to get to the concept of culture shift. Culture shift. We used to, you know, Boredenga knows the words that I would not agree to in a meeting, even if it is a formal meeting. This is how we used to do things. Tonight our time. we must move away from such and just behave like you are with me. I'm inviting you to go with the 7th administration. If you got invited to go with the 7th administration, you will not even tell us about what happened in 2010. Most of that you have a presentation that says we are still sitting with some of the monies that could have gone to our people since 2010. So whatever that you might say might not assist our people. And when I opened this session, I said, it became very clear that our people are impatient and they have lost touch and they no longer understand the impact of the existence of government in as far as a democratic process is concerned to really respond to their issues. Now, this time, Tate Kurumbi, you have really inconvenienced me. You studied how I do things and you have really caused a disruption to how I think. I never thought you will say the panel must leave before I respond. Because my brain works according to what I see and who I see and how the person is looking at me the time I have to respond. But we have to change. We have to change, and we must agree that all of us must be invited to change. And we must have the necessary maturity of understanding how to handle change. Responding to change, change getting to you and affecting you either negatively or positively, you must not be overstressed. It is just change. Get the maturity to be able to manage it. If it gets to you, if that change gets to you and it excites you, it also needs you to have the necessary maturity not to over-celebrate. Because along the way you might miss a point of what exactly are we changing. I want to get to parks and tourism and say to you, the parks and tourism that you are talking about is the parks and tourism that has to transform and has to move from a point where it used to be. We're talking a new parks and tourism, an entity of the Northwest government that seeks to be an SOU that becomes an enabler of government. You're not talking about that parks and tourism where a lot of stories and files and issues are packaged. That is why when I was addressing, I could not make any very important person like you and any other person to stand up to be introduced except the Board of Parks and Tourism. And I'm taking it that they are here, because this whole package goes to them. I opened their strategic planning a day before yesterday. I set a very clear tone of saying, we don't mind to have only 4 indicators in the parks and tourism, as long as those indicators and programs speaks to what is due to our people in as far as tourism is concerned. We're not talking about tourism of the party and what, the festivals. We're talking tourism in the sense of community-based tourism that speaks to a reflection of who we are and how best we can sell the uniqueness of this province. The whole marketing should be around that kind of a tourism that this board must look into the relevance of the existence of that strategy. Now, the parks and tourism, the main task of the Parks and Tourism is to be the custodian of the key policies of government, where government cannot actualize it at the level of the department because of being a Schedule 3C of PFMA of government, for purpose of enabling government to actualize its main goal. Now, in this case, they are given a mandate to look into the existing contracts. Those existing contracts, Lona, you don't have to stress, because even if you can make comments, unfortunately, your comments do not empower them to take a decision. You might stand here and say, you must not change those existing contracts. I know how our people behave. 5 will come this week and say change. 5 will come next week and say don't change. So already the contracts have been signed and parties understand the terms of those contracts and when to get to a point of not agreeing to the terms because of the present status. So obviously the 7th administration is coming up with different approaches, acceleration of services to our people. There are new needs. We are living in a changing world. The world cannot be the same as it was in 1990 and in 1989. We are living in a situation of today where a 10 kg maize meal is costing 200 rand, unlike when it was 50 rand the time the contract was signed. So many factors can be considered. And the board has been given a responsibility to work with those that are having the capacity. And government has got the capacity. There was an input there that says councillors must be trained. Government is organized. That is why we have what we call the district development model. I'm a champion of the district development model in Dr. RSM. There's a champion of district development model in all the 4 districts. And that DDM is also having a collective of how government is organized. Now, what we are doing here is the position of government through the directive of the Premier. Whoever is planning anywhere, even at the level of VD-based or what-based, understand that planning has to be informed by the broader priorities of the GNU, including the SOPA pronouncements of the Premier. The broad IDP, as and when they do adjustments, will have to be linked to where we are. So I don't know training unless Ali irresponsible. If the person is a councillor and is counted to be, that's why we have colleagues here. We have colleagues here because they understand we are together in this as a collective that has to actualize the mandate of government. So, what needs to happen is that the board must now look into those contracts, and all the contracts, you must relax, we will represent you. I had an opportunity to sit in one meeting at Kurumbi when the land reform invited me to participate in the meeting where they are facilitating issues around the Mekhareng Oberon as also the CPA that has got funds available for them to benefit. I made it very clear because when I arrived already they had progress, they have registered. But immediately after the developer has presented, I said to them that you are presenting a very nice thing, but I don't hear you telling me where lies our people in your whole development and establishment that you are saying there's a mega city coming, there's this housing, there's this. Now, this land is for the owners who are expected to, even thousands of years to come, their grandchildren will say, where we are is actually the land that we managed to get back after our forefathers had lost. So people must not be excited when they hear, no, you're gonna have a hotel, you're gonna have, so where will you be staying? Because some of the informal settlements that were flagged here, we got the flagging of the impact of the 1930 Native Land Act. You saw the squattings of our people and everything. Now, as much as our people are excited that they need to know how the contracts are happening, what, where will they be after getting the land? That becomes our interest. That's why we say and acknowledge as government, Le Commissioner Ari, the mistake that we did was to continue to acquire land back to our people without a plan. And what we are doing now is to agree on a memorandum of understanding, and the accident that must not happen is that memorandum of understanding, because I am yet to be briefed on the final version, must not have red tapes which are going to cause delays. We want the actualization and the unblocking of what has been flagged here to be blocked. So I know Rebo Khatsu was saying Kibadile ka speed, because I just went through it because I wanted to see where are our people, what is going to happen, when is it going to happen, the turnaround time, what do we want to achieve, within which period. Because money has been lying here, advocate was presenting to us. So we are late, our people have lost hope, and they are even disgruntled. And that's why every time they fight when we talk issues of land, and yet they have the land as we speak. So that one must be left with us. And that's why we have already done a lot of appointments. I don't know. You know, the nice thing about what is happening in the parks and tourism, it doesn't go with whether you know a person or not. I just had to look into the history, the work, the profiles, and said, take this person, put him there, remove that. And that's basically what the board is doing. So Remi must get to be invited to join hands now in a different space of operation. I Lorenzole CPA Gonzole thing. Now you are a member of the executive who has been appointed now to assist the executive of the board to deal with actualization of what will be embedded in the MOU. So you must get to the MOU before it is being finalized so that you have the strategies. You form part of the solution to the problems identified. You are no longer a man raising problems. That JAFTA is no longer raising hands about communities. It's now located in the body that has got power to develop strategies to respond to the needs of our people. You must be part of the solution. You know, take the keys and make sure that no one is stealing here. So JAFTA is there now. I'm just worried that he's saying, MEC, now I have a problem, you present without paper and pen. So it's because I know issues of our people, and it's a homework, it's a contract. That's what we have to process. So it can't be written to me. Even if it's written to me, I will say, hey, this one is not for us. But for us, I know. It's not only here. You go to, I know some comrades who knows me. I will tell them about Ward 1 to 403 of the province and how they behave and who is who, because I have interest. That's where I spend most of my time, because that's my work. So even here we have interest. That's the interests of our people, and we must not read the history of our people in books. We must have it here because they have given us responsibility to change their lives. I'm also impressed on the hands that are raised by associations and private sector to say, we are here and we want to partner with government. So we must have an MOU and we must have policies that we are going to craft here. That opens door for private sector and for those people to really come on board. Because it doesn't make us lose a cent. It makes us to gain the necessary skills. I mean, we have just also reached out to the University of Northwest to say, on research, you know, I could not get research here, like the simple research of Hartebeespoort. I had a number of people that are appointed in my department, and I also went there. I am not schooled, so I had to do my research from people on the ground. And I had to receive a report. But as I received a report, I saw, this is a hearsay report. It's not a report that is going to make government take decisions on the basis of the realities of what is happening on the ground. So I agree that we need to strengthen the arm of research, and we are also given an opportunity that we are being invited, that we are here and there's availability of opportunity to get our people get trained. We will have to find a way as part of our action list that to plug this. The issue of game donation and transformation, I don't know what is it that people are responding to, because the policy is, as we speak, is being drafted until it is presented, and so no one knows. The only person who might be having light is the Premier and the MEC, because we represent our people and we want that policy to talk to the needs of our people. So that policy cannot have a situation where it dictates for a game donation and transformation. How do you approach it? Of course, what issues of emphasis on that policy is that there has to be a committee, a game donation committee or panel. And that panel must be structured in such a way that it brings balance to the interested parties. Kora has pick and choose, no, is this one? No, is this one? You know, I fought with Denga on just bullet number 1 on describing the previously disadvantaged. Who is the previously disadvantaged in terms of this definition? It must not be full of emotions, but it must talk to what the policy seeks to balance. So the definition must be very clear such that we are able to respond. So I think we are safe. For now, we don't know. Those who are located on the protected areas, it is given in terms of the condition of the core management. It is given in terms of the position of the cabinet. It is given in terms of the pronouncement of the president. That we are going to do, it is going to be initiated by us as government. Those who are also having establishments, but they are not within the protected areas, they must invite us, and we will also have to do advocacy to say we are available to go. Like Bamekhareng, they have invited us. We just need to agree to them that, but unfortunately, even if you have a beautiful plan, we will not agree to sell our people out, having to facilitate their process. If the process is very clear that this development is not going to, even if it can be a very smart city, but there has to be establishments which says the beneficiaries will be residing there. There's this settlement that will also be here. So that even if something happens where they will be sitting tomorrow with a lease contract of 90 years, they will at least be sleeping in the same vicinity, become whatever they become there. As they pass hungry, the person who will have still taken their belongings, will say, "These are he or she is being asked for it." Now what is happening? They will say, "These are the owners of this area." So we want to locate our people in what belongs to them after the land has been acquired. Don't be excited. Be on meetings and tomorrow you have nothing. We must move from that angle of thinking that when we speak too much is when we make impact. Making impact is when we come to the solution of the identified problem, that our people will now have a better shelter because they now have their own land. The other thing is about conflicts in our CPAs. Wawana ke batla go guaranteela gore you must relax lo tlhoke pelaelo. We will feed you well when you are organized and coordinated. We will run away from you when you are disorganized and you are not coordinated. We will not want to get to a space where the standing of the CPA is they know very well that their term of office have expired, but they still claim to be a CPA and they want us to service them. After 3 weeks, when we are done with our planning and all the expenses, there comes the court papers and now we start afresh. Don't want to be invited to that space. Have your constitution. No, we are not even part of how you draw your constitution. Office we will have to be with them, get full report on their status. So from here, no one must wake up, we say, who are MEC, now we have problems, I am not working in that space. It is the space of the commission. It is the space where we have agreed with them that in the MOU you must be able to finish your work. Rona, we want our people to transform economically. We sustain. Fair. Only shelter, only something sustainable life, because we are heading to a situation where people will be working only for food and shelter. So at least the least that you need to work towards is that condition. So other things that might be worrying you, please don't forward them to this side. Now we just want to give you money. We want to facilitate that you get your money. Your monies have been flagged here. Batuba Boto, they will have to structure. No MOUs and contracts are going to be signed. The Act of the Parks and Tourism Board is very clear that when the Act entered into any contract that has got a transaction, it will have to be in consultation with the member of executive of the department and the member of executive of treasury. So that is why a number of existing co-management, let's say the paging, 2 years, 100 years, I told the board that they must give me a report within 30 days on what they have done. But there are also new appointments that the MEC has also done in the concessions committees. We're going to change. There are people who have even forgotten that they are actually supposed to be rotating. So we have to find a remuremi. Because those are the, I said they must bring you after 2 weeks. Then at a later stage, we will sit and we will then talk about performance agreement. What is it that we put you for? That you will always have to report about. That is what the Premier said I must do, or else we are not going to complete this work within 5 years. So within the first 6 months, we should be able to be done with plans and meetings. Now the next 6 months, we should be putting what we have to attest, starting the basics. Now, the commencement of the second year, because we would have done with the 5-year strategic plan, having adopted our APPs, now we are on it. Then the 4th year or so, we can be celebrating what we have done to our people. So I am saying now, I am just excited. I am very happy that I have not seen anyone saying no to what we are putting here. The bill that we are going to put to the legislature, let's make very sure that it accommodates the inputs, or at least prevent or call for the regulations that will enable us to actualize what has been said here, or consider addressing it. Profiling of our professional hunters, creating the necessary market, all those inputs that have been said here, let's take them serious, DEDECT. Let's find a way of seeing them also as a way of improving our services. Remember the MEC at the end of the 60th month in terms of the PSA can redefine even some acts, and it is very clear that I have said it when I arrived in my first week. I'm saying it, I have said it even yesterday with the HOD, that's why he's not here. I said, when we table our APP, I have taken a decision to redefine the organizational structural positions. We must have a chief directorate that deals specifically with conservation that will accommodate the prioritization of biodiversity. So we're going to have that chief directorate. I don't want to get a report that says, hey, that chief directorate must work clearly with dealing with parks and tourism, monitor the work. There will also be the other committee there that deals with entity oversight, which means the entity oversight indicators that are in the department will always knock at the door of what is happening in the parks and tourism. That is why we work as a collective. The NWDC will also be directed. You know, the nice thing about us is that in terms of the mandate, there's a mandate of training in the parks and tourism. We just have to redefine it, not only to focus on hotels and hospitality, but to also be broadened so that it accommodates some of the trainings that specifically will address issues of biodiversity, because it's a new era and we want to improve it. We want to make it be enabling such that we really actualize what we want to see. Those are the things that will have to get expression on this window period of the retabling of the annual performance report. And HU was briefing me this afternoon. I said, I'm not going to sleep before I sign it off on the 30th, having what we have been discussing here. Because we still have a chance. Of course, we cannot change the indicators for now, but we can change the technical descriptors of the indicators to actualize what we have agreed upon here. Issues of the Khosi, we're not going to have the Khosi that becomes beggars and sit in meetings with us, pointing fingers at us. It is given we know what is due to the Khosi, so that the Khosi must continue to maintain Merafi without fighting with Merafi. That is why the policy is going to be very clear. When we have Skotlel Kisaha Khosi, he must stay at home and understand that we have given him or her. Now, he must be a neutral person to address issues of the community. Because it becomes very difficult to feed a community which is divided to an extent of even the other part being a faction of Khosi. So how do we then feed that community? You end up marching after Khosi, Khandi, you are going with the wrong people. Now, when it is me, I was saying to Premier, Antirele list ya bone, Baba right, Baba wrong, Kiko Pesore. He must also tell me how he is going to complete all these other challenges that we are having. So that when I get there, I hit, because sometimes I'm just being called and I'm told, after 5 minutes, what the end is now, you know. So, Leluna don't masquerade to be Khosis when you know you are not the Khosi. Let's give them space, let them get the respect they deserve. I think on the 14th or the 12th of November, the Premier will be hosting the Deputy President. He has given me a responsibility, Hannes. I'm still going to reach out to you guys. When the Deputy President is here, we should be able, as this collective, have produced the policy that is going to make the Premier to pronounce the position of Northwest in terms of what this department is going to do to the Khosi in as far as issues around game donation is concerned. I have already committed to him to say it's doable and we are going to do it. Meaning for some times we will not sleep before 7 o'clock just to work. Well, I appreciate Rebo Khaju that you guys did not sleep, and I have heard you trying to report me. But we have not yet finished until we craft the action list. The action list where we will just tick the boxes every time on, we have resolved on this one, where are we, how are we doing it? It's a simple task to do. Our communities, I think I will still reach out to the CPAs. I want to see you where you are staying and who is there. Because some of the people will always come, rep. When we got there is another thing. Rep. So I will have time. I spoke to Rebo Khazu and Reko Taile. I spoke to the district mayors that we have to reach out and pay visit to the CPAs. And once more, let me appreciate the presence and the patience of my colleagues, the councillors who are here. I have tasked the MMC Wamadi Beng. There's a message that I have given to her because I want to sit with you in a boardroom and you guys must give me a mandate of how do we make it happen in here. In that discussion, we must raise hands and say, now I have interest. It's important for us to declare before so that we know how we handle you, because part of what confuses our communities is when we also develop interests when we are supposed to save them. So that is basically that, and whatever that I have said here, I hope that the Denga, if I have left something, you know I'm not good in writing, you will have to come and fix it before I could have committed something that is against the law. I know tomorrow you might say to me, no, MEC, that one is against the law. But if I don't know which law, I will continue to say it until I'm being convinced. So far, I'm just excited. I mean, the energy that I see in you guys is the energy that is very rare to have 3-4 days patiently waiting. And the bilaterals that I'm getting, I might not be giving you much of my time, but I have noted them and we will have to make it happen, or we will have to give it a try, or we will always give you feedback to say it is not working, but we will find a way. And those of you who are here, continue to enjoy. I will be in and out because I have to prepare for the tabling of the APP before the party. Akiramo Northwest, we still have the ruling party. So I want to brief them on these things so that they must know that they have made a commitment to change their lives, and that commitment in the Northwest still stands, and they have to make sure that it goes well and supported even by people on the ground, because it is our responsibility to become a leader of society. Ke a leboga.
Huh? If you look at the program said it's a biodiversity stakeholder engagement between the MEC and the people. And MEC, I've been working in government for 34 years. I have never seen such commitment from our principal, who sit with us who sit with us, listen to everything that the people say. Thank you very much, MEC. Thank you. I just want guidance again from the team, because we do have a very important item following the marching orders that before we conclude the day, remember we are here to work. Are we together? The reason why we left Gauteng, we left everything, we are here to work. This issue, the dinner will come later and we'll all enjoy it. We are going to discuss and allow Ntate Denga to lead us on the biodiversity bill. MEC, we committed one of our officials to come and work with the team on the biodiversity bill. And I'm happy that again, Northwest, you are leading the charge, because this biodiversity bill is following the white paper on conservation policy, which Cabinet has approved on the 29th of March, 2023, and it was then gazetted by Minister for Implementation on the 14th of June. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Program Director, Honorable MEC. I can confirm that there isn't anything illegal out of everything that you were saying. Good evening, colleagues. It is evening, isn't it? It's after 5. And Honorable MEC, thank you very much. Khosi, we are still here. Councillor, the rest, everybody here, industry. I beg for your patience. I think the discussions have been very great, that we could not see the time passing. But now we are moving into a subject matter that is a little bit different from what we've been talking about. Although it is actually a subject matter that is intended to respond to some of the aspects that were raised here. Ladies and gentlemen, this department has embarked in a process, and it is since 2016 that we've been working hard to try to have an act that will govern biodiversity and conservation in this province. We were able to get the first act enacted in 2016 in May. And then that act, when it was enacted, we did not have the regulations. And while we were still busy with the regulations, Then there was an announcement nationally that we have to begin to rework the national law. So then it was then advisable that perhaps we park our process and wait for that national law process to unfold. Now that we know where we're going nationally, we found it to be smart that we begin to work on our own. We then created a bill in 2017, which was meant to amend in line with what was coming up from national government, but then that bill was never passed, and then we had to go back to the drawing board again. But the idea has always been the same. We have so many scattered legislations in this province, and we're still using outdated laws from the apartheid government, the likes of the Botswana Nature Conservation Act, the Transvaal Nature Conservation Act, the Cape Nature. All those laws in other provinces are already repealed, actually. So we had then to create a legislation that will then be aligned well with the national framework and solve the issue of contradictions. What we wish to achieve is to have that law that will then guide us on the maintenance of essential ecological processes and the system that supports life, the preservation of genetic diversity, and of course to promote the use of our biodiversity resources for the benefit of our people. And in addition to that, it has to be a law that provides all South Africans with the opportunity to experience the nature for themselves. And the bill then seeks to amend the act that was enacted in 2016, which never came into fruition. And it will further address the potential challenges of misinterpretation that came by. I must also just start maybe with these highlights. I call them highlights of noteworthy in the accompanying regulations. I know that I'm not presenting the regulations now, but parallel this, we are busy with the process of development of the regulations. Get some water. So, thank you. This is called the list that will be of ordinary species that will allow hunting with landowners' written consent only. Then that means that wherein we will need a permit for this species. If we pass this law, we will no longer require a permit to be issued for this species. And these are the species of low risk. It goes along with the need to free this hamstring of the industry, so to allow the growth and this biodiversity economy to begin to unfold. We also have what we call the list of ordinary species that can be hunted only with the landowner's permission, that what we call class A's. Those are birds. The first one was the mammals. We also have the list of species for capture and conveyance within the province only. Remember, we can't regulate outside the province. So if you have what we call an exemption permit in today's language, and you want to transport those species to another place with an exemption permit, you need no permit to transport these species. However, we will create what we call a register, a game movement register, wherein you will be required to submit it at least once a year, so we can be able to follow all the movement of all the animals. The other area where I think I should share, which is also in the regulations, is on the game capture season. You will see that we have extended the game capture period by a month to allow you to continue to capture, of course, what we call the low-risk species. So, but the mass capture season for those listed species will still end September. Those are what called the high-risk species. Your bushbuck, eland, hemsbuck, impala, mountain rebuck, hartebeest, steenbuck, the sebes. Those ones you will still end in September. However, if you submit an application, it might be looked at, and then you might be required to conduct only what we call chemical capture. So the structure and the memorandum of this bill in its objects, we seek to amend Section 1 of the Act itself so that we can be able to provide the amendment of definition of terms used in the Act to take care of interpretation challenges associated with the implementation of the bill itself. And we did that by insertion of the definition of extralimital species. We also done that by the substitution of what we call the provincially protected species. We further went to Clause 2 and amended Section 9 of that particular Act. And here we were making ways to bring in what we call biodiversity planning and monitoring tools, which was meant to then align with the draft number. That's the national number bill, so that by the time it comes out, we would have been ahead with the process. And then it provides for the following planning tools. That's the NBF, the Spatial Biodiversity Plans, Biodiversity Management Plans, Comprehensive Biodiversity Management Plans, Biodiversity Management Agreements, and the coordination and alignment with biodiversity planning tools. And all this is meant for provisions that may not necessarily have been captured on a national level, but for provincial purposes. Again, Clause 3, amendment of Section 12 of the Act, which provide for the amendment of Section 12 in a way that includes the assignment of management authorities in alignment with NEMPA. Here I must say, MEC, we did not have a tool that actually allows us to establish the Parks Board beside using the Parks Board itself. So basically you're using the tool to establish the board with a tool that actually is not yet in existence, almost working backward. If you look at subsection 2, it says the responsible member may assign the management of the provincial protected areas to a public entity responsible for the provincial protected areas network. And if she does that or he does that, they must promulgate a specific legislation that will then give effect to the management of that particular entity. So it means that now the creation of the board to manage these assets and the development of the law within the board that manages that is now given effect from here. from the General Act. We then amended the section 13 of 4 of the same Act in order to provide for the inclusion of the provisions for the declarations of what we call other effective provincial conservation areas. That's something that was missing in our Act completely, and we had to insert it. And then now it deals with the establishment of provincial biospheres reserves, which we already have 2 by now. It also deals with the management of caves and cave formations. That needs or that warrants regulations. Also, it deals with biodiversity conservation agreements on how they need to be structured. It also deals with issues of management of faith and sacred natural sites. The other day we were in Taung Skull, where it was said that there are actually congregants that visit the sites every now and then for spiritual reasons. And all that never had a tool to manage before. So now it's brought into the Act. So we also amended section 18 of the same Act. So to also give effect to the amendment of withdrawals of declarations. So that if we were to declare these places, we're talking about the Highveld Nature Reserves now. Imagine if we had already declared it. We never had a tool to withdraw that. So now the Act will talk to that and say, this is how it must be done. The same amendment provides for the register of provincial protected areas, so we can know and understand the extent of these protected areas within the province. So it's a must that we must keep a register of that. And I'm glad that now we're talking about having a dedicated chief directorate that will run with biodiversity and conservation in the province, because these are in fact additional issues that we never had before. We also have to deal with the restricted activities involving listed threatened or protected species, wherein we had added a new list, and that list is called provincially protected species. So those are the species that were otherwise not listed nationally, and again not listed in the province, but somehow, some way, they needed some form of protection. And that's including the giraffe as well. So we have added that particular list. We also added what we call restricted activities involving listed extra-limited species. And I would like to show you which species actually in the province. This is now, again, an extract from the regulations, Regulation 39, of what we're developing the other side. That would be your Bontebok, your Cape Mountain zebra, and your Hartmann zebra. So those will then be regarded extra limited species. They need particular way of management so that they do not run out of control. We also had to bring in the matters regarding the appointment of environmental management officers. Currently, we can only appoint them nationally in line with NEMBA, but we also needed to do that in the province. And then now Section 63 is going to act as a provision for the appointment of environmental management officer in the province. And also we had to amend Section 68 regarding the issue of offenses, because we needed to attach this to the provisions of the Criminal Procedure Act of 1977. And of course it says that the responsible member may now, by notice in the Gazette, determine the amount applicable to admission of guilt fines for less serious offenses. There are so many people that we catch or that entangle themselves in very, very minor crimes, like transporting impala without a permit. Sometimes they're not even aware that they need a particular permit for a particular activity. And those things do not warrant us bothering the justice system. What we need to do is to weigh that against a particular scale and issue a fine. And that particular scale is what we're going to be able to develop now in terms of this particular act. Amendment of Schedule 2A of the Act to avoid conflict with any other relevant provisions of NEMA. And we've inserted Schedule 2A of the Act, bringing in provincially protected species, as I had said before. I'm not sure if you'll be able to see those species well there. Are you able to see them? But I'll share I'll share this with you. More species, class aves, amphibia, reptilia, Pisces, those are fish, arachnida, insects, and of course the plants. All those that are listed there, they are falling within this new listing in the province. That's called provincially protected species. Those are the species that were otherwise falling by the wayside and not being catered for within the regulations. So in that introduces to you the body of work we are doing in amending the act that we have assented in 2016. I must also say to you that we are still in a very infancy stage with this. This has not even gone for certification as yet. You know, when you take this body of work for certification, it might be that the Chief State Law Advisor might say, no, this provision is impossible because it is in conflict with the Constitution or it is in conflict with this and that. And I'm saying that as a disclaimer because I don't want us to waste time maybe arguing over this now. There's still a room for inputs when we go out for public participation. So consider this as what we call stakeholder engagement in a very infancy stage of the development of these amendments. So in that, I hope that we begin to respond to some of the issues that the colleagues who were sitting here were talking about, that there's legislative issues that are actually hamstringing the process of economic development. We try our best here and there to look into it closely. Where there are no risks, we allow the free will, or we relieve the process from regulatory processes. So in that way, colleagues, that's it. We can share the presentation so you can go and study the species list properly, because that's what matters the most, the species list. Which species are now going to be regulated and which species are now no longer going to be regulated. So that provincially protected species list, again, is within the perspective that it comes in the Act itself with what we call exemptions. So there may be certain activities that are exempted and others not. To put this into context. So I will share this with you. Go ahead and study it. You're welcome to make inputs. I'll call them inputs, not even comments yet, because you were not there. You're welcome to make inputs. We'll look into them. We'll think them thoroughly and see if we should be able to bring them onto the law or not. So in that, I thank you all.
Thank you, Ntate Benga, for this wonderful. We are going to the last presentations led by the Northwest Parks and Tourism Board. I just want to check. That will be the investment portfolio linked to the commercialization strategy. Are you ready? Oh yes, oh yes. Let's welcome. Is it already here?
Good again. Okay, good evening. I see the MEC has stepped out, but greetings to the board, to the MMCs that are present, as well as ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sam Matrimathu, and I've been given the task to present to you the commercialization strategy and investment promotion opportunities for the Northwest Parks and Tourism Board. So I know it might be a bit tough at this late part of the evening, but I hope you will bear with me because commercialization was mentioned so many times in the last 2 days, and we are hoping that this new strategy of the Northwest Parks and Tourism Board will ideally address some of the issues raised, more especially on the side of Chilete money. For the colleagues that are here from SANParks, you will know that the story of commercialization started in 1997 when Cabinet explored how PPPs, which is private-public partnerships, could improve infrastructure and service delivery and increase efficient use of underutilized assets. This then led to the Department of Environmental Affairs and Tourism in 1998 mandating the need for SANParks to actually look into commercialization so that it has a lesser dependency on state resources. I think it was mentioned as well that SANParks now generates about 80% of its own operational funds and relies only on a 20% funding from the department, which is fantastic, and we are hoping to drive the Northwest Parks and Tourism Board in the same direction so that we are also less dependent on state funding. The year 2000 is when SANParks actually explored the development of their commercialization strategy and then created it a year later, which was their 10-year strategy, and it has been reviewed. Now on the other side, 2022, which was just 2 years ago, is when the Department of Economic Development, Environment, Conservation and Tourism partnered with the Northwest Parks and Tourism Board to develop a commercialization strategy specifically for the Northwest. And at this point, I must actually mention that commercialization was already happening in the Northwest Province. In fact, the Northwest Province was ahead in commercialization way back as early as the 1980s. The very resort that we are currently having this event, I think, opened its doors in 1984. Madikwe also has concessions that have been operating since either the late part of the 80s or the early part of the 90s. So there was mentioned that there was a lot of good things that were happening in the past that we sort of lost sight of. So we need to revitalize some of those progressive approaches, but keeping in mind lessons learned from some of the pitfalls and ensuring that we move forward to the benefit of all parties. Now, in the past financial year, we have been busy with capacity building of PPP capabilities and developing a business development unit within the Northwest Parks and Tourism Board. Currently, it's been on a secondment basis as well as some internal resourcing, but they will look at getting more capacity and skills, especially on the side of transactional advisory. In the current year, we are proud to announce that we have submitted 4 projects to National Treasury for registration, and then there's an additional 2 that are in progress. But we will also advertise for requests for interest as well as requests for proposals from interested parties. Because as much as we may think we know what might be workable and what the market is interested in, there are very talented, capable, innovative people in our communities, in our villages and townships that have brilliant ideas that they can bring up that will be very beneficial for both the Parks Board, tourism as a whole, as well as driving the agenda of community upliftment. To just touch on some key points of the commercialization strategy, the strategy, if executed and implemented through the PPP process, has key objectives, of which one is to create additional revenue to fund conservation, thereby lessening its dependency on the states, accelerate industry transformation to ensure that every person has an equal, fair chance to participate in this industry, optimal use of underperforming state assets. So this is where we are hoping to attract investors that will assist with renovations, upgrades of our facilities, leverage private capital and expertise in diversifying our facilities, reduce delivery cost of tourist amenities, facilitate rapid infrastructure delivery, increase efficiencies of systems within our parks. Where we need to automate, we should not be afraid to automate, and community benefits that is centered on revenue sharing, involvement to a point where they are capacitated enough to operate these facilities once a contracted party term is over. The returns that we are envisaging to get from this strategy is to have at least 45 PPPs operating within the next 5 years. And these will range from between 3 to 5-star lodges to appeal to both the domestic and international markets. And I want to emphasize the reason why we are targeting the domestic market as well. All our parks should be accessible to all South Africans, regardless of what their income bracket is. So we should have lodges that are catering to all markets for the domestic, whether they are 3-star, 5-star, whether you want luxury or you want basic amenities, but you should be able to have access to that. So no persons should be excluded from enjoying the benefits of these reserves. We are looking at improved efficiencies of restaurant and retail facilities where they do exist, and then, of course, introducing new activities that contribute to an enhanced visitor experience. If all of this is implemented well, in the next 5 years, we should have an additional 332 beds in our various game reserves. There should be a total revenue of around 364 million rand generated, of which at least 10 million annually should be spent on SMME. An additional 1,500 direct jobs created within the next 5 years, and infrastructure upgrades to the value of 455 million. And the reason why we indicate that there would be these expenditure in terms of SMME is because we are going to take contracting to an advanced stage whereby we will include as caveats to that contract that there should be X percentage that is spent locally within communities If we have to create industries to service those businesses, then we will do it with the communities, because the point is to have long-term sustainability and job creation. As part of responsible tourism, we will also ensure that there is an equilibrium created between both tourism and the conservation mandates of the Northwest Parks and Tourism Board. And this is to ensure that the nature-based tourism is also in line with what we call touch the earth lightly. So it isn't affecting the ecotourism as well as the nature conservation mandate of the Northwest Parks and Tourism Board. In terms of the PPP framework, this is governed by the NEMPA Act, as well as National Treasury's Regulation 16, which is applicable to listed Schedules 3A, 3B, 3C, and 3D of the PFMA. The public-private partnership means a commercial transaction that happens between an institution and a private party. So for the Northwest Parks and Tourism Board, we are hoping to acquire the financing and the strength of a private party to assist with the rehabilitation of some of our facilities, whilst at the same time they would, of course, absorb the risk, and they will be mandated to use facilities that are in line with the projects that we are proposing. In terms of the PPP process, this is guided by the National Tourism PPP Toolkit for Tourism. So there's a project inception and preparation stage. This is projects that are identified. We will put in a caveat for SMMEs. We will also ensure that if there are pilot projects that don't need to follow the PPP, then it gets exempted. So we apply for an exemption as well. The next step would then be for the procurement of an operator. It's an open tender, so there isn't a process whereby we pre-identify. This is advertised and all people are given an opportunity. And it's open to both domestic and international. In terms of the development side of it, this would be where the Parks Board would dictate in terms of the EIA process, construction, and then most importantly, engagement with local communities in terms of recruitment, training, and procurement. So the financial benefits must stream down. The operations would then happen for a predefined period, and thereafter it's either a contract ends and it's passed on to the next party, and these contracts can range between 5 to 10 years. It's not ideal to go beyond that period, but you can have a clause that states a right of refusal. In terms of where we are currently, the following parks were identified for site visits and pre-feasibility for the past 2 years, and those are the 11 that are listed. Kaswane Mountain Reserve, there's 2 projects currently, Bloemhof Dam, Molemane I, Falkop Dam, Borokalalo Nature Reserve, SA Lombard, Mahikeng, Boskop, Volvesprate, Botsalano, and Molopo. In terms of the 4 projects that we've submitted to Treasury, we are anticipating that with the approval, we should then, once it's operational, be able to generate an additional 4 million per annum, and then escalating each year thereafter. This new era of PPPs for the Northwest Parks and Tourism Board is meant to be an engine for job creation and a driver for sustainable socio-economic development. As the provincial state entity in tourism and conservation, Northwest Parks and Tourism Board has an obligation to transform the tourism industry. The new PPP opportunities will have a strong focus on promoting effective transformation through implementation of the broad-based Black economic empowerment proposal, skills development and skills transfer to local communities, land claimant beneficiation through sustainability and viable shareholding models, partnerships with SMMEs in managing PPPs, enterprise development to strengthen the sector's linkages with related sectors, and reinforcing initiatives that lead to the upliftment of local communities. In terms of current projects that have been promoted, there's a multi-facility development proposed for Bloemhof Dam. There's a number of different projects there. Cumulatively, it's valued at around 500 million rand, but they can be separated into individual projects. Then there's a project for Boskop Dam. It's also a multi-project, and that's valued at around 40 million rand. They can also be broken up into 2 separate projects. Molemane I Nature Reserve. There's an opportunity for 3 different projects there, cumulatively valued at 60 million rand. And then Volvospruit Nature Reserve, 2 separate camps that are proposed, cumulatively valued at 50 million. And then Mahikeng Game Reserve, that would relate to game drives as well as revitalization of a semi-luxury tented camp that is valued at 40 million rand. And Botsolano Nature Reserve, game drives, horse riding, as well as revitalization of a tented camp, and that is valued at 30 million rand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Northwest Parks and Tourism Board. This brings us to the conclusions of the presentations, but we thought that maybe there's 1 or maximum 3 itching questions or input on the bill, but also on the strategy that was outlined. We are way over the allocated time. Let me just check here. But at the same time, it's important that we give and afford you an opportunity if you want to express a view on the bill as well as the strategy. All right, can I open up the floor quickly? We'll start here. So I will only have 3 people. So 1, who is the second one? Oh yes. And then I think going, gone. So we'll have all these 2 inputs.
Ke a leboga Mafoko Lelaka, Deputy Chairperson Bapolomiti CPA. Question aga ke kopa fela clarity from a layman's perspective. Ke ne ke batla go botsa gore does this bill intend to complement NEMA, that is National Environmental Management Act of number 107 of 1998? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matibe. Well, I just want to just get clarity in terms of process. The draft bill, if we want to comment to that bill as a department, I just want to really understand in terms of process, if we want to do that, what should we do? Thank you. For wider public consultation, probably still pretty much an internal document. So if we want to submit our inputs or comments to that, really in terms of process, what should we do? Thank you.
No, thank you. Let me just respond to this one. Yeah, process and lawmaking. Radenga will deal with the rest. I agree. It's a process that when we are a department and we initiate a bill. Of course, this is a draft that we have initiated. We have tried to look into how it responds to our people. The second stage, we'll have to register it, the state law attorney, but we also have to go brief the legislature, and after briefing the legislature, it will then be gazetted. So today is the engagements with all the stakeholders. You can input now to the department, but you still stand a chance because after having briefed the legislature will as well start to conduct public participation. And after that public participation, they will then check as to whether the public rejects or accept the bill. If the public accept the bill, they will adopt it and then they will publish it. So we are at an early stage of the first initiation and consultation as a department. I think that is the part that I can answer on lawmaking. The rest I don't know.
Chair, thank you very much. I want to take this moment and wear my other cap as the chairperson of Biodiversity. I'm taken aback with this presentation, especially the last presentation. It's important that immediately after this meeting, we meet the people concerned because this could have been taken to the relevant subcommittee. So there are a lot of figures that are presented there, and it's not yet the position of the board. So please, I request that we should not make this kind of statement because as we present to the public, it says it's a position of the board, which is not right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's hand over to Dr. Denga.
Thank you very much, and I think that MEC, you've actually covered it quite accurately, and it does not even need to be added with anything on it. It is merely an engagement process, and then all other stages where you'll have to do comments will come through the legislature. Does it intend to complement, isn't it, the national law? I'm sure you heard our colleagues there on the stage. They kept talking about the challenges of 9+1 legislation. That we've got so many legislations that seem to be so fragmented, and some of them don't even know what they do, when they are in particular provinces and all. I think the idea is that while we, as provinces, have the power in terms of the constitution, to publish our own laws as a legislature, so does the National Assembly does that. So the environmental space is actually a space what we call an area of core competence. So that means that the minister and the MEC have the powers to manage the environment in the specific areas. That means that the minister can pass legislation, and MEC can pass legislation as well through the legislature. So the idea is that when you create this legislation, you make sure that you avoid, by all means, conflict. So we do not want them to conflict, and then our legislation will always be subordinate unless, challenged so in court. There are provisions that we can be able to argue with the national law, but the ideal situation is that we create the law that actually, aligned with that of national. That's why we've been waiting all the time to see how the national law was going to come out before we can then, finalize ours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we really give the round of applause for all these two presentations that just ensued? Thank you. We have come and we are 14 minutes outside the allocated time. But I guess we all appreciate the level of discussions that ensued, and therefore we will then appreciate the fact that it was not a time wasted, it was really a productive time that we all had here. Earlier on we heard that tomorrow there is a special day for the delegates across the board, and we want to hear the proceedings, how that will unfold. If Jackie can come here and assist us in terms of how the program will unfold.
Thank you, Mr. Matire. Good evening, colleagues. Are you still awake? It's so quiet here. Mine is very short. For tomorrow's program, we will be hosting a biodiversity, illegal species trade, and mental awareness campaign. Well, we will be hosting an illegal species trade campaign tomorrow. Here in Bojanala, in that sitting intersection and that Yesekral Tabong intersection, we have a serious challenge of illegal trade of chameleons and tortoises. It has been going on for years, and we are struggling as the department to put an end to it. Law enforcement is not very effective. So now we have started another approach where we will be doing an awareness tomorrow, awareness to the community that is staying there, because they are collecting these reptiles from the fields, the shepherds, when they are doing their work, they collect the tortoises, the chameleons, and it's a very big market because it is continuing. The people that are coming from Sun City are supporting this market in an effort. They say that they are saving the animals, but they are not saving the animals, they are just supporting the market, because after they buy it, then the guy goes and collects another one. So we are humbly requesting you that are here to join our efforts as a department to protect these species that play a very important role in our ecosystem. We will be doing a 5-kilometer walk. All of you that are here are invited, especially those that are sleeping over in Sun City. Ladies, please, I need to see all of you tomorrow. We will meet at 7:45 at Gary Players parking. That's where we will all use the bus. The police and the SAPS requested that we minimize the amount of vehicles on this walk. So we will be using a bus. We kindly request you to use the bus with us. We will leave here at exactly 8 o'clock. It is very hot, colleagues. So we humbly request you to be on time from 7:45. We meet at Gary Players parking. That's the parking next to the main hotel. And then we depart at 8 o'clock. Then what will happen is we will do the walk 5 kilometers before the Tsitsing intersection. That is on the R565 on your way to Tsitsing. So we have also mobilized the community of Tsitsing and Maile Extension. That's where the big problem is, to also join the campaign tomorrow. And then we will do the 5-kilometer walk to the intersection, doing the awareness. And then when we arrive at the intersection, Our beautiful MEC will do the final remarks. Colleagues, it will not take long. Your contribution here, your participation here will really go a long way in helping the department achieve its mandate, which is to protect these beautiful species that we have. We love all species. We are responsible to protect all of them. Reptiles play a very important role in this ecosystem. We humbly encourage you to please join us, to invite your friends, especially those that are staying in the area, even those that are staying in Rustenburg. 8:15, we will be at the starting point. So the communication team will just mark the starting point, just the 5 kilometer I mentioned on the R565 road towards the sitting section. And then we do the walk, and then the MEC does the remark, and then we are done. 11 o'clock, then the bus will ferry us back to Sun City. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for those announcements. We are going to then call upon Board Member Pulu to pass the vote of thanks on behalf of Jeff Mabunda. Can we welcome Mtate Pulu?
Thank you. Good evening. As you already stated that I'm on the shoes of Mr. In fact, the CEO. I've been looking back at the door, watching for my chairperson to come. The chairperson of the board to give the vote of thanks, and she's not coming. Then I felt that I can just try to fit in. So if I don't thank you as you're supposed to be thanked, please bear with me. And one of the other things that I won't be able to observe is a question of the protocols. But I must thank the facilitators. They have done a very good job. All the facilitators on the sessions, they were very skillful. If it was not for them, we were not going to be coming out of this program richer than before. At the very same time, in the absence, I would like to thank the presence of the Premier, the Honorable MEC who was with us throughout the program, Khosi Arona Khosi Bilane, the HOD, the members of the boards who were present today, the representative from municipalities, different CEOs from our entities, our CPAs, the representatives from the national departments who shared the session with us, our scribers and administrators. I'm hopeful that all the discussions and the deliberations that have taken place are going to make us contribute very well to our biodiversity, and to go and implement all the resolutions that we have taken. We're gonna add in our policy or the act that we be drafting. I also want to thank to supplement what Mr. Rabadu said as a member of the board. We are indeed taken aback by the last presentation. We are not aware of it. We will engage further on it, and we will do justice to the document. Let me thank everybody for their role he participated, whatever contribution that we made. I think the board and the entity and the broader department. We are thankful for the contribution and the patience from everybody, all the participants, our CPAs, that for you made our event very memorable, and we will work on it to make it a success. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
The last remarks then come from Ntate Ore Bokhatsu. I understand you will assist us on that part. Where is Ore Bokhatsu? Oh yes, yes. Can we welcome him as he does the closing remarks? What a partnership between the departments. Well done. Thank you.
Colleagues, thank you very much. I think we have come to the end, Honorable MEC, all the dignitaries who are still part and those who were here to the last discussion day for the biodiversity stakeholder engagement. MEC, I think you are coming up with new approaches and approaches that makes people to really understand what your department is doing. Some of us, we thought that this department is not relevant to the growth of the province. But the discussions that we have had for the past 3 days, the discussions and inputs that came from various sectors, the innovations that we have had from sectors and stakeholders that attended this meeting, inputs from the Communal Property Association really shows that your leadership has made us to be at this level of discussion. I'm standing here for HOD because he is now in another meeting and he requested me to convey the following principle, that he appreciates, together with the Honorable MEC, all the discussions that we have had and the patience that you guys have had. He indicated that yes, it is for the first time, due to the leadership of the MEC, to say there is a need for the department to engage and to start with the word collaboration. Because people tend to talk about collaboration, but they don't put it in practice. Now, MEC has taught us the responsibility of all of us to understand and implement what we called intergovernmental relations. Because our honorable MMCs, honorable acting mayor of Bojanala, they've been here and they've been participating, because MEC believes that local economic development happens in the local sphere of government, because the system of local government is a wall-to-wall system. So there is no development that can happen in the absence of local government. Hence the importance and the significance of intergovernmental relation. And the discussions that we have held has emphasized the importance of integrating plan. And MEC, I think when she reflected the last time she was on the podium, she said it is very, very important that we must remember the approach that government has taken in relation to district development models. They call it a DDM. Skumza, even you from Sunpark, you can't be operating in isolation, because all the things must happen within that space. So we have been given directive and be reminded of the significance of district development model. At the center of all this discussion, and I counted, I think MEC came to the stage more than 3 or 4 times, if I'm not mistaken. And every time she ascends the stage, she was talking about beneficiation, but the expansion of the economy of the province. And now MEC located this Department of Economic Development and Environment as a vehicle that must be utilized to grow the economy of the province. And I think we'll still wait for the MEC to give us direction as to what will be the processes that will be taken to deal with the provincial growth plan, because without that direction, it will not be possible for us to calculate all these things and to record, to make sure that we change the perception that people have about government. And MEC, because she was emphasizing the issue of CPA, that HOD directed that there will be a separate discussion, especially in two ways, where the Commission will facilitate and arrange and fund for the MEC to meet with all the CPAs within conservation area and those that are in the biodiversity. But as we discuss, we must make sure that we remember the recommendations of the sessions. Because clearly, MEC have said that everybody who was part of the sessions must play his or her role to contribute in ensuring that, firstly, we grow the economy of the province. Secondly, we make sure that we've got an inclusive economy that takes into consideration those who were previously disadvantaged, but not necessarily downgrading. We need to sustain those who are already in the business, because if we collapse the current business, we'll be going back to square one. So we need to sustain, but also come up with an inclusive strategy to make sure that everybody participates. And MEC and HOD have appreciated the process that will be taken. So there will be an orderly way in terms of game donations, because both SANParks and Northwest Parks Board gave a clear presentation in terms of how to assist people. So there has to be compliance, because at the end of the day, MEC will be complying and will have to respond to all these things. If there is a game donation, there will be a process that will be well defined as to what is it that you need to follow. And I think even yourself from SANParks, Kumza, you'll be guiding in terms of what is it that we need to be doing. And through the Northwest Parks Board, I think they will also have a guidance. It simply means that MEC becomes transparent on how things are going to be done. And anybody who does not take the opportunity that is presented before them, then it means that you are the one who have disadvantaged yourself and not government. But I think in between, I was taking note that MEC emphasized the issue of coordination, because we cannot have Ndate Kurumbi have such a discussion, but we don't have something like a coordinating committee of all the role players, associations, that will look into what has been discussed, because we cannot have such a successful stakeholder engagement and we don't look at the action points that must be derived from this discussion. I'm anticipating, obviously, because I seem to be, I seem to be getting where the MEC goes, that next year, MEC will be wanting, or any time after 6 months, to call the very same stakeholder to give them feedback in terms of the progress of implementation of the action points that have been taken. So I hope that the Secretariat have made sure that they develop a clearly defined action plan. I was happy yesterday when the Premier spoke to say, you guys are sitting here. I want an action plan that is very clear, because sometimes we develop a plan that does not have clear indicators. MEC said that we redefine indicators of the department, clear indicators on the reality of what this department is all about. That's why she was talking about the redefining. And then in that thing, we need to be knowing, or answering the question, who, what, where, when, you see? What are the indicators, who is responsible, what is the progress that has been achieved? If we did not achieve, what were the challenges? And if the challenges are there, what are the remedial actions that we put in place? and who'll be executing those functions and when, by when. So it's a type of a very simplified law framework to talk about all the issues that have been defined. So, like I said, MEC has not yet pronounced, but I can anticipate that she is going to keep us on our toes to make sure that when we come back, when she comes back and engage with the stakeholders, we should be able to say. So, Dr. Denga, we've got a mama, the work is now starting, because what we need to be doing, I think MEC would want to circulate all the decisions and the actions once she has looked at it as an executive, and say, distribute this to all stakeholders so that they can monitor that the discussion was not just a talk show. So, ladies and gentlemen, from the side of, on behalf of the HOD, once more, thank you very much. And MEC's committee, please make sure that when you have attended, you sign the attendance register, clearly indicate your contacts and your email address, because Mr. Denga's team has developed a bulk messages. You saw when we were starting yesterday, they just sent SMS to all of you. All of you, you received it at the same time. So maybe the generation of email, because technology is quite advanced, you'll also be able to be alerted. So HOD says he's very excited about the engagement. It's unfortunate that he had to attend to another meeting. So on that note, those are the closing remarks. And program directors, Mr. Kurumbi, you have stayed for almost the better part of days that you have been here. Thank you very much, and also those who came to participate, but you cannot left outside our honorable MEC. Somebody said that it's for the first time we saw an executive staying for such. I thought that by this time I would be at my house, but because she's still here, there was no way. Those who don't know, if the MEC is still here, you don't leave until she leaves. But yesterday I had a strategy because it was very late. And thank you very much, Program Director.
Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of this engagement. It is the beginning of a journey which we shall walk together as we are implementing, or as the MEC is implementing, the whole of society approach within the sector. And therefore, we want to thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you.